Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming today. This is the Encinitas City Council meeting, and we're going to get started. So this is the regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council. It's 6 p.m. on Wednesday, October 27, 2021. And I thank everybody for wearing their masks. You know, the reason that we are asking people to wear masks is that we are following the county guidelines that state that if vaccination status is unknown, then people are more safe if they do wear their facial masks. So if you don't have one and you'd like one, you can just go outside that door and pick one up at the front desk. But thank you so much for wearing it. So first we have our roll call.
All right, Councilmember Hinsey. Here. Councilmember Lyons. Here. Councilmember Mosca.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kranz.
Here.
And Mayor Blakespear.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present.
Okay, thank you. And I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we have no special presentations or proclamations tonight. Do we have oral communications?
Yes, Mayor, we have approximately 5. I'll call you 3 at a time, and a reminder that you do have 3 minutes. First is Garvin Walsh, followed by Mark Wilcox, and then Geraldine Kessler.
Good evening. My name is Garvin Walsh. I'm a resident of Cardiff. I'm here to petition the council to terminate the emergency order of March 16th, 2020. My letter in support of this petition is attached to tonight's agenda, and I hope you've had a chance to review it. We need to understand that the order is intended to provide a legal basis for our government to take steps which would, in normal circumstances, be unconstitutional or otherwise illegal. I'm talking about forbidding peaceful assembly, impairing private contracts such as lease agreements, denying landlords and business owners the ability to conduct their business, taking control of private property without just compensation, denying personal liberty without due process of law. Such measures may have been necessary in the early days of the pandemic, but are no longer. Let me show you what I mean. Slide, please. The source of the information I'm going to show you in the next few slides is the CDC. It's not misinformation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the number of COVID tests conducted daily in California, recently exceeding 400,000. As a result of that massive increase in testing, we have a much better idea what's going on than we did earlier this year. Next slide. This next slide shows the positivity rate associated with that testing. Positive results are now occurring approximately 2% of the time. In the state's now retired tier system, a 2% positive rate was associated with the yellow tier 4, minimal risk. Next slide, please. This slide shows an overlay of the daily death rate in California per 100,000 population. The death rate has plummeted. It's now less than 1 per day per 100,000, lower than at any time since the earliest days of the pandemic. Next slide, please. This last slide shows information provided by San Diego County's Health and Human Services Agency. In San Diego, we're now at more than 80% fully vaxxed, with another 10% on the way. The numbers are rising every day and are higher now than depicted here, which was yesterday's slide. We will soon be at 90% vaxxed. Being vaxxed reduces both the transmissibility and the severity of the disease. In conclusion, 3 factors have eliminated our extreme peril, which was the justification for the order to begin with. 1, the immunity provided by the vaccines, 2, natural immunity, and 3, improved treatment protocols. The emergency order impairs our civil rights in the way that I described above. In the absence of extreme peril, it should be terminated. Thank you.
Mark Wilcox, followed by Geraldine Kessler, followed by Julie Thunder.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Mark Wilcox, father and grandfather and San Diego Union High School district parent. I attended the City Council last week to ask about more opportunities for involvement in decision-making by staff and City Council through community workshops. Last week's City Council agenda item 10B was about establishing cannabis business fees with their accompanying activities and a confusing city attorney report. Some of the public comments revolved around promised community workshop, a public workshop deemed not necessary because the item before City Council was only about fees. However, each fee in the report included a list of activities that fee would cover, and it was those activities that the Q&A in a workshop setting would have been more useful than the City Council meeting, where the only entity involved in the Q&A was HDL, the Cannabis Consulting Company. For example, the fee titled Cannabis Registration Fee included as one of its 6 activities zoning and buffer review. The fee titled Annual Registration Fee included as 2 of its 7 activities enforcement and public safety. These are the very items our community cares about. It seems that after the fee and their accompanying activities have been approved, it's too late to have a workshop with Q&A about those already approved activities. The main reason City Council seemed to think they couldn't wait to vote on fees that their ordinance language was being reviewed at the Coastal Commission, and the city could receive an answer back from them at any minute, and the fees needed to be in place. It is a clearly known fact that the Coastal Commission is very behind on their reviews, and in fact, the October Coastal Commission Agenda Item 19 listed an extension by the Coastal Commission of 1 year for the Encinitas submitted proposal. Surely this information was known by the staff. Your community, our community, wants to be heard. It is paramount that the public opinion is considered a valuable part of this process before decisions are made, and not merely a check the box afterthought. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? I would like to speak of the environmental nightmare Staver project on Melba Road that is slated to take down a mature grove of Torrey pines plus 176 other trees, in addition to 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo a beautiful historical home built in 1938, all based on the ill-advised AB 2345 density bonus bill. As I mentioned before, I found out that perhaps there is some connection of historical value that is related to the Staver property and the botanical gardens with Anton van Amersfoorth's name on a deed asking for an easement on the Staver property on August of 1938. Anton was the original owner of the property of the botanical gardens that we know today, before Larrabee's purchased it from him. It's likely he graduated from dry farming and had water lines installed at his ranch with hose bibs to irrigate the avocado grove and plantings around his house and barn. The industrious Dutchman was clearly interested and most likely had monetary money and means to enhance the property value through landscape improvements. He had a hand in conceiving the Larrabees in 1943 that ranch house would be a good investment and had landscaped it pleasingly enough to attract attention. My point is that there is potential historical value of this property that should be noted, and it should be preserved and restored, not made into a heat island and destroy all the neighboring communities. Perhaps if someone had taken a hard look into the Nightmare Goodson project and all the negative impacts of the neighborhood, it could have spared Encinitas community from wasting time of the city employees and planning committees. The Staver project is headed down the same path. The way he continues to harass the seniors and longtime residents of the neighboring properties is appalling. I'm sure his grandparents would be rolling over in their graves. They were historically stewards of the land since the 40s when they settled in San Diego. The overworked planner to engineers in the city are not paying attention to the details of this environmental nightmare Staver project, which has caused neighbors to have to lawyer up and defend the land, when the sacred property with its historical value to Encinitas should be preserved and made continuous with Oakcrest Park and the Boys and Girls Club garden, and the Oakcrest Park also contains endangered plants and species like the California gnatcatchers. I'm asking the city to assist with acquiring this property from the Staver Trust and preserve it as open space for the area community. The setup could be similar to the Solana Beach, San Diego Park, or an annex of the Botanical Gardens, serving as an outdoor STEM class for area schools. We just had a walking field trip from the local elementary school to educate them of the value of this property, hence recreating our own outdoor STEM lab. This was all done by the community members that care about the quality of life in Encinitas and do not wish to be labeled as NIMBYs. Please support us in preserving the Encinitas Redwoods, the last piece of open space in old and new Encinitas, with soft infrastructure funding, which aligns with the Encinitas Climate Action Plan. Thanks for listening.
Next speaker is Julie Thunder, followed by Natalie Satoon, followed by Carol Green.
I don't know his name. Hello. Could you get it ready? And I'll pull it up halfway. Thanks. Hi. At the October 13th council meeting, you all voted to move the regional homeless parking lot to the senior center. Two alarming things happened during council's discussion of that item. First, 11 residents, including me, spoke on the issue. Not a single one of us claimed that the homeless who sleep in the lot are committing crimes. And almost every single speaker supported a homeless lot. What they were trying to stop was its placement near so many children's programs. But you didn't listen to our concerns of safety for our kids and the residents who live nearby. And this is what is bothering people and creating distrust. The four of you, the majority who voted for it, showed no sign of empathy or compassion for the tax-paying residents. You ignored us. Making things worse, each of you recounted the rumor in one form or another about threats and disturbances supposedly committed against the lot or the people in it, and then furthered the dialogue by misstating our position to be one of fear that lot participants will commit crimes, which was never said. Why are you participating in representative government if you have no intention of listening to your constituents? The second thing that happened that night was when the city manager, Pamela Antill, made a statement that cannot be substantiated. It's not something she made up because the rumor started before she began working here, but it appears that she too has bought into the fabricated story. This mistruth has been repeated by can you pull it up, please? Has been repeated by every member of the council as well as their supporters on social media. It's been used to argue for the lot and to discredit passionate citizens who disapprove of the way you are governing our city. The rumor was printed over and over in social media, quoted in local papers, and repeated often by council members. The fabrication told by Ms. Antill was that Leech Tag could no longer host the homeless lot on Saxony because of threats and disturbances, quote unquote, caused by the people trying to, quote, ensure that it would not stay at Leech Tag. The city's response, which I have up here, and I'll read the red part, the city's response to a public records request showed that there was nothing that they could find to substantiate that. I'll read it in red. The statement made by the city manager during the 10/13/21 city council meeting was based on the personal accounts by Leash Tag that had been relayed to city staff. The city does not have records of the experiences of the Leash Tag organization. In other words, there's nothing to back it up. So what were these threats and disturbances that you've all been using to support your move of the first homeless lot and your move of the second? Now, wouldn't you think that if threats and disturbances really happened in a city contracted property, that there would be a record of it somewhere? Miss Antill, I know this is your first city manager job, but please don't jeopardize your career by spreading rumors to further council's agenda. Your job is to run the city while keeping the mayor and council in line. Thank you. Can you keep the slide up, please?
Next speaker is Natalie Satoon, followed by Carol Green, and then Kathleen Lippett.
Hello. I actually have 2 comments. I'm the resident who made the public records request following Ms. Antill's comments about threats and disturbances concerning the homeless lot location. Per the original lot proposal MOU January 2020, this provides for quarterly reporting at the 3-month evaluation point and at each 4-month renewal point thereafter over the course of the agreement before the program use agreement can be renewed. I'll repeat, before the program use agreement can be renewed. Per Ms. Antill, this was Leech Tag's reason to cease having the program on their property, yet nothing exists. No formal communication between Leech Tag, JFS, and any city staff who, as tenant, was entitled to be notified, nor does any communication exist between the city and the sheriff's department to ensure participant safety. Was this decision solely based on word-of-mouth communication of threats and disturbances? If so, why was this liability treated so informally? Don't the lot participants warrant security follow-up once the city supposedly had any knowledge of threats and disturbances? The city failed to document any formal action to protect the lot residents from harm and Encinitas residents from potential litigation risk. As tenant and a potential party to a claim, how can the city justify entering into yet another contractual lease with the same party who failed to disclose such significant issues in the quarterly updates that could adversely impact the Encinitas community, which Resolution 2020-03 expressly provides for? This council is giving unwarranted credit to JFS, an entity who in turn put the city at risk by failing to document such incidences under legal obligation to do so. That is, if these threats and disturbance claims have any factual basis at all. My second point, the reference by Mayor Blakespear of the staff shortage at the October 13 meeting caught my attention. The council was well aware of the pending possibility of a staff shortage when the city staff and water district vaccine mandate was implemented. Why was a temporary staff not brought in and trained so our government could continue to adequately manage workflow? The Encinitas Fire Department has a pending vaccine mandate which mirrors the city staff and water district mandate. On 10/31, as I understand, will the unvaccinated fire department employees also be escorted out like our other employees? What measures has the city prepared to ensure public safety will not be compromised when our firefighters are escorted from their jobs? Are we going to have adequate staff, or will we be paying the vaccinated firefighters at overtime or double overtime rates, thus impacting our budget? If so, how can we ensure these firefighters are well rested and at peak health to perform their jobs, and that the department remains sufficiently operational? We are at the height of fire season, and with the increased crime, our first responder staff is critical to resident safety. Thank you.
Carol Green, followed by Kathleen Lippett.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I came before you via Zoom a few months ago to share with you a story that's really hard for me to tell about my son, Michael, who died after his exposure to marijuana and developing psychosis. It's not an easy story for me to tell and not one that I have a lot of fun telling, but it is an important one, and I want you to understand that statistics, behind all statistics, are real people and real families. And I'm just telling you, if it can happen to my son, it can happen to anyone. And I pray that it doesn't happen to anyone that you love. Now, I can't read my words because I'm crying. A recent A study by the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine showed that the Child Mind Institute published that no longer is marijuana really considered a soft drug. Mental health disorder, especially schizophrenia, and smoking pot may be what brings it on. Developing schizophrenia, stopping the use doesn't make the mental health issues go away. Triggering first episodes of psychosis are brought on by THC alone without any other drugs. And I can give you the statistics and I can give you the studies if you want to read them. The reason I bring this to your attention is that I know that you're considering implementing, I know you have to implement Measure H, but as you consider implementing Measure H, please think of the children and the young people that are residents of this city and what kind of safeguards you might put up for them. And don't be fooled by people who say to you, well, Prop 64 was passed overwhelmingly by residents, because don't forget, Prop 64 was marketed as a way to control and tax marijuana use and to keep it safer. And that's what everyone standing outside of every single grocery store told people to sign the petition. Remember also that Prop 64 is about personal use and about local control. So please, as you make your decisions and implement Measure H that passed by a thin majority, remember to think about my son Michael and about the thousands of young people that have psychosis incidents that are triggered by marijuana, not because of lots of use, but because one time they tried some marijuana or a few times they believed their friends and they're paying the ultimate price. Michael died last December. I don't get a chance to rehabilitate him or to have a second chance, but I hope that all the other citizens of Encinitas get a second chance, and we do need to tell this side of the story. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathleen Lippett. I was one of many who attended the last City Council meeting where the issue of regulatory fees was addressed extensively in the city's staff report. However, with all due respect, the staff report also included the city attorney's report, implying that both issues were on the table: HDL's consulting recommendations and the city attorney's report. It was previous questions and concerns raised by the city attorney report to which public comments were intended to address. We apologize for what seemed to council or staff comments that were immaterial or irrelevant to the issues of fees. Using that lens, that is understandable. Perhaps had the two items been presented separately, our comments would have been recognized as they were intended, specifically to be directed to the city attorney's report and not the fees. Nevertheless, our comments were in response to the questions and concerns generated by that report and were of primary importance to the public. I would like to bring attention to page 7 of the city attorney report, where the assertion that, quote, to the extent a product is legal for a state licensed retailer to sell, it cannot be prohibited by local regulation in the city of Encinitas. It is believed to be incorrect. This perceived limitation seems to have also been incorrectly applied to branded merchandise. In light of the fact that neither specific retailer products or branded merchandise were addressed in Prop 8, therefore the opportunity for the city is available under the rubric of their land use authority and consistent with state cannabis and industrial hemp laws. Fortunately, the example has already been set by cities, including the city of Encinitas and the county of San Diego, in their adoption of the flavored tobacco product bans, despite their legality at the state level. Thank you for letting me speak.
Mayor, that concludes oral communications.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the public who came to speak today. Next, we have our report from closed session.
Thank you, Your Honor, Council, and members of the public. The City Council met in closed session today on one item. It was conference with real property negotiator for properties at 748 and 750 Leucadia Boulevard. All members were present, there were no conflicts, and the council discussed negotiation on that property with the city attorney. There are no reportable actions following closed session, and that concludes my report out from closed session.
Okay, thank you. Next we have, do we have any changes to the posted agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda, and then moving to the consent calendar, no items have been pulled by members of the public.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion on the consent items.
I'll move approval.
Second, I did want to just add that as to 8H, it's actually a license agreement. The title says lease agreement, but the license agreement has been updated in the staff report, so it is a license agreement and not a lease agreement. Just want to call that attention to the public.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and vote.
Councilman, oh, there we go. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're now on to action item 10A. And I will hand this over to our Director of Finance, City Treasurer McBroom.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Excuse me. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. This item tonight will allow staff to begin the loan application process with the California Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank, or IBank. Just a quick background, staff is seeking funding for the Leucadia Streetscape Project, Segment C. Construction is set to begin in January 2023. Council directed staff at the May 3rd Strategic and Planning meeting to include the funding for the project. The funding, repayment, and project appropriation were included in the budget introduction on June 9th, and council approved this as part of the budget adoption on June 23rd. This is a slide that I borrowed from the Infrastructure and Sustainability Department. The bottom two bars show the timeline for Segment C and the financing timeline. We're right on track to begin the loan application process. Here's a look at the loan process and timeline. It's important that we come to you today to begin the loan process for two reasons. The first is due to inflation and rising interest rates. As you're aware, we are experiencing inflation, and we have been told that rates will rise. Beginning the process and submitting the loan application will allow IBank to complete a review of our financial statements so that we will have some flexibility of when IBank approves our loan. Our interest rate will be determined and finalized upon IBank's board approval. The second reason that today's approval is important is due to the reimbursement resolution. Approval of the reimbursement resolution allows us to use the loan to reimburse the general fund for expenditures spent 60 days before today. That means that costs incurred beginning August 27th through construction and completion of the project will be funded by the loan. Steps 2 and 3 are where IBank will complete their review and invite us to apply. And then step 4 is when the IBank board will approve the loan at their board meeting. Step 5 is when staff will return to council after the loan approval for approval of the financing agreement. And then finally, step 6 is the financing agreement is required to be signed 6 months from IBank's board approval. And that's when interest rate starts accruing and payments are due. The payment terms are for a loan amount of $20 million. The City Hall site and the Community and Senior Center sites will be used as collateral. The repayment period is over 15 years, and IBank has quoted an interest rate of 2.3%. That's 2% interest plus 0.3% annual fee on the unpaid balance. Again, the interest rate will be finalized upon the Board of Directors' approval. Annual payments are projected to be approximately $1.6 million, and it will begin in 2022-23. The city's bond financial advisor has reviewed the city's financials, and we are within the city's debt service policy, and the addition of this loan will still maintain the city's AAA credit rating, which is the highest rating available and helps in obtaining a low attractive rate. Staff is recommending that council adopt the resolution to submit an application to iBank, incur the obligation payable to iBank, declare the official intent to reimburse expenditures from the proceeds of the loan, and then approve certain other matters in connection with the loan. That concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I think we do have one public speaker, so let's go
Yes,
ahead
we
and
do.
take that speaker.
Annika Walden.
Good evening, City Council and Honorable Mayor. I am speaking on behalf of the Leucadia 101 Main Street Association Board of Directors. I'm speaking to express strong support of staff's recommendation that the city pursue an application with iBank. The city has sufficient capacity to borrow the $20 million loan, and the quoted interest rate is extremely low. As you are all well aware, the Leucadia Streetscape Project, Segment C, provides vital vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian improvements to our roadway. Segment C also accounts for the restoration of Leucadia's iconic tree canopy. The reduced speed limit, the installation of roundabouts, the narrowing traffic lanes will eliminate cut-through traffic and dangerous speeding. The traffic calming will enhance not only the pedestrian and cyclist experience, but also create a more welcoming environment for our 101 businesses. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. So I would entertain a motion on this.
I would like to move approval, and I'd be happy to second.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. We're now on to our next item, which is item 10B, Encinitas Municipal Code regulating short-term rentals. So we'll have a changeover in staff that I see is happening here. How many public speakers do we have on this item?
Right now, about 44.
Wow, okay. Let's do 2 minutes of time for everybody. And first, we'll have a staff report, and then we'll take
Your Honor,
questions.
if I can just interrupt a little bit, I think Councilmember Hinsey was going to make a statement on the record. I think
Oh,
there's a
yes,
conflict.
I apologize. Go ahead, Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. So I unfortunately have to recuse myself from this item tonight because I have an ownership interest on Melrose Avenue, and this property is currently being rented as an owner-occupied short-term vacation rental. So whatever decision that's made here tonight would affect that rental.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead with the staff report and then take public comment.
All right, thank you. Jennifer Gates, Planning Manager, and I wanted to just quickly introduce Melinda Dacey, who is our new planner. She's been here a month, and she's going to do the presentation tonight.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. I am Melinda Dacey, the project planner, working on the short-term rental ordinance update. I would like to start the presentation by providing some background information. The City Council adopted ordinance number 2006-05 on July 19, 2006, to repeal and replace ordinance number 2005-09 and establish Chapter 9.38 of the Municipal Code. This chapter sets forth regulations pertaining to short-term rentals in the city of Encinitas. On August 22, 2018, the City Council authorized the cooperative purchase agreement with Host Compliance, LLC, for professional services related to monitoring and the operation of short-term rentals in the city. Earlier this year, on March 17, 2021, the City Council initiated an agenda item to discuss concerns relating to short-term rentals. Discussion topics included the proximity to other short-term rentals, the amount of guests gathering at the rentals, the length of stay, enforcement options, and collection of transient occupancy taxes. The City Council recognized the complaints that the city has been receiving and the lack of enforcement options available to staff, and directed staff to amend Chapter 9.38. A short-term rental ad hoc subcommittee consisting of Deputy Mayor Kranz and Councilmember Lins was also created to work with city staff on the effort and to review alternative solutions such as the proximity between other short-term rentals. On May 11th, 2021, the subcommittee held a publicly noticed community meeting to have an open forum discussion regarding the regulation of short-term rentals in the city. To review a pilot enforcement program, anticipated changes to Chapter 9.38 of the Municipal Code, and the addition of a good neighbor policy. Public comments were received through a question and answer format, including questions relating to the anticipated enforcement program, any program fees, liability involving shared common areas of a duplex or similar type of development, if there will be any differentiation between a whole house rental versus an owner-occupied unit, in relation to the number of allowed nights of stay, and the proposed good neighbor policy. The city currently has 394 registered short-term rentals operating in the city, and approximately 159 rentals operating in the city that are not registered. Thereafter, the subcommittee worked with staff to develop the proposed ordinance and update Municipal Code Chapter 9.38 governing short-term rentals. The subcommittee reviewed 17 ordinances from other jurisdictions, including 16 from other coastal communities. A comparison matrix can be found as attachment 2 of the agenda report on pages 21 through 24. The regulations compared included the minimum number of nights, maximum number of rental days, occupancy, guests, sound, events on site, vehicles, maximum number of permits, enforcement of violations, and permit revocation. The comparison information obtained from these other ordinances and the public feedback received by the city during the open community forum have been considered by the subcommittee and city staff in the development of the proposed ordinance. The changes proposed to the ordinance update being presented this evening occur within Title IX of the Municipal Code. This is important because Title IX is not a component of the city's local coastal program, and what is drafted in the ordinance does not change any of the city's land use regulations. Therefore, a local coastal program amendment and California Coastal Commission review and approval is not required. However, some of the recommendations that were considered by the subcommittee are land use changes that will require a more in-depth analysis and may require a local coastal program amendment, which would necessitate the review and approval of the California Coastal Commission. Staff is requesting policy direction from the City Council regarding the subcommittee recommendations. The subcommittee recommended that a maximum number of rental days per calendar year be implemented for short-term rentals within the city. This recommendation is not incorporated into the proposed ordinance. Staff believes that this modification may require local coastal program amendments and California Coastal Commission review and certification. The City Council may direct staff to further explore setting a maximum number of rental days. The subcommittee also explored the maximum number of permits allowed within the city. This recommendation is not incorporated into the proposed ordinance, as this modification may require a local coastal program amendment and Coastal Commission review and certification. The City Council may direct staff to further explore setting a maximum number of permits. The subcommittee also recommended a minimum number of night stay for a rental unit that is a whole house versus an owner-occupied unit. This recommendation has been incorporated into the draft ordinance in part in that a 5-day minimum night stay is required regardless of the unit being a whole house unit versus an owner-occupied unit. Staff opted to identify a 5-day stay to provide the short-term rental operators the ability to flexibly schedule at a minimum a long weekend rental or a longer rental period that is less than 30 days. Staff is currently recommending the minimum 5-day stay apply to all units. The City Council may direct staff to modify the draft ordinance to incorporate definitions to differentiate between a whole house unit and an owner-occupied unit, as well as specify the number of nights for each unit type. Additionally, concerns have been raised from some members of the public regarding short-term rentals located on properties within condominium duplexes where there are common amenity areas, including owner liability and requiring both property owner approvals for the issuance of a short-term rental permit. Staff has included a requirement for proof of liability insurance with the application submittal in the proposed ordinance. However, staff is not currently proposing to require approval from the adjoining duplex condominium property owner. City Council could consider this, or alternatively, a requirement to have the adjoining duplex condominium property owner approve the use of the shared common amenity space for use by the short-term rental occupants and guests. Staff is seeking City Council policy direction on these 4 topics. For the purposes of the proposed ordinance, staff focused on updating and clarifying the city's enforcement tools and regulatory actions to better address recent complaints received from the community. The proposed regulations under the ordinance, which are included as Exhibit A of the ordinance, which is Attachment 1 of the agenda report, can be summarized as follows. It clarifies that the ordinance is not intended to allow a violation of any covenants, conditions, and restrictions that may apply to a single-family or duplex unit. We added the definitions for an agent, bedroom, and owner, and amended the definition of a short-term rental. The ordinance also proposes to specify that violations of the short-term rental provisions may be enforced by Municipal Code Chapter 1.08 or any other enforcement mechanisms available to the city, and that fines may be set subject to specific government code sections. Additionally, the grounds for a denial, suspension, and revocation have been added to the chapter. These enforcement tools are new to Chapter 9.38, and they impose a 12-month stay on reapplying for a short-term rental permit upon revocation, and requires public notice to owners within 300 feet of the unit that has received a suspension or a revocation. And to note, the government code section in September 24th, 2021, the governor signed and approved Senate Bill 960, which increased the maximum fines that may be issued for violation of short-term rental regulations. So the fines for that, which is referenced in the government code section on the screen, is $1,500 for the first violation, $3,000 for the second violation, and $5,000 for the third violation. The ordinance also expands the permit application submittal requirements to include items as legal name, assessor's parcel number, number of bedrooms, on and off-site parking information, the fire provisions such as fire extinguisher, smoke and carbon monoxide alarms with self-certification and fire marshal approval, including affidavits and acknowledgements, copies of any and all documents provided to renters, and evidence of liability insurance. The ordinance update also requires that the permit holders update their application if there is any change to the information that was submitted to the city. The ordinance also prohibits the transfer of a short-term rental permit between properties and new owners. And it clarifies that the approved permit is only for a 12-month period. Additionally, the existing ordinance and the proposed ordinance identifies that the city manager may set fees for the program. However, after further investigation, it was found that the city council may set the fees, and a non-substantive change to the ordinance will need to be made to strike the city manager reference from setting the program fees. Another minor non-substantive change includes anywhere else in the ordinance where city manager is referenced that it be followed by or designee for consistency throughout the ordinance. The proposed ordinance also includes new operating requirements for short-term rentals in addition to what the city currently requires. This includes prohibitions on loud and raucous noise, loud and unruly gatherings, and cites specific reference to the city's noise regulations in the municipal code. The ordinance is also proposed to prohibit off-site street parking at the property, as well as blocking access to sidewalks and neighboring properties and driveways. It prohibits roof access unless it's a rooftop deck, and subletting a unit. It also prohibits special events occurring on the property, such as weddings, corporate events, or commercial functions, commercial filming on site, the parking of recreational or camping vehicles on site while the unit is being rented, and the advertising for the short-term rental in the city that does not include the city's permit number, maximum occupancy number, and maximum on and off-site vehicle information. And finally, the proposed ordinance also prohibits self-check-in with lock boxes, electronic access devices, or similar components to access the unit, and requires that the owner or agent meet guests at the unit to verify the identity of the occupants, and to also provide them with a good neighbor policy and check in their guests. The ordinance specifies that the owner or agent shall ensure that occupants and guests do not create a public nuisance, requires adjacent property owners located within 300 feet of the unit receive a notification after a unit is approved by the city so that they may receive the 24/7 telephone contact number for the unit and a copy of the Good Neighbor policy. The ordinance is also proposed to be updated to expressly require the compliance with transient occupancy tax requirements under the Municipal Code Chapter 3.12. The ordinance also is proposed to mandate compliance with basic life safety requirements such as the smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, fire extinguisher, and first aid kit, and requires a minimum night stay of 5 consecutive nights. Finally, the proposed ordinance amends the time for which an owner or an agent is required to take corrective action to address violations from 2 hours to within 1 hour of being notified, and further requires that the owner or agent provide documentation regarding the steps taken to mitigate the issue to the city. The ordinance is proposed to regulate or prohibit the use of outdoor fire pits, grills, and barbecues at the units. The ordinance is also proposing to restrict guest visiting hours from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and allow the city to inspect the short-term rental unit at any time for compliance with the city municipal code regulations. The proposed regulations in the ordinance seek to address the concerns that have been raised by the public, in addition to other public nuisance, health, and safety concerns. Approximately 40 members of the public have submitted written comments in response to the proposed ordinance update. A majority of the comments received include keeping the existing ordinance as is and to enforce the current regulations. They're also opposed to establishing the 5-night/day minimum stay. However, some members of the public indicated that a 3-night/day minimum stay is acceptable, and being against the prohibition on the self-check-in. A couple of comments were received in response to the 300-foot neighbor notification, as well as the limited liability insurance amount of $1 million being too high. A few comments have also come in support of the ordinance as written. So the next steps involved in the process for the ordinance update includes adoption at a second reading, as well as consideration of a fee resolution, which is anticipated to take place on November 10th, depending on how the hearing goes this evening. Any substantive modifications the currently proposed ordinance would require bringing the ordinance back for reintroduction at a future city council meeting. Additionally, staff highly recommends that revisions proposed within sections 9.38070 and 060, regulating enforcement and denials, revocations, suspensions, and fines should be modified and incorporated. These modifications will have no impact on short-term rental permit holders who are in good standing and not in violation of the ordinance. With that said, staff is recommending the City Council introduce the ordinance as currently drafted and/or provide staff with policy direction, as stated earlier in the presentation, regarding the subcommittee recommendations, and if there should be further analyzed or incorporated into the proposed ordinance, or potentially included in a future ordinance update. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions, including with us tonight, we also have Wendy House with the City Attorney's Office.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Kranz, do you have a question?
The staff report is well done, thank you. One of the things that I appreciated about it is the comparison with what's being proposed and comparing it to other jurisdictions. One area where there isn't that comparison is the issue related to self-check-in. Are there other jurisdictions in Southern California that prohibit self-check-in?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and so essentially what we're seeing here is that we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're picking up a lot of provisions for short-term rental ordinances that other jurisdictions in this area have incorporated into their ordinances.
I don't know if I can say a lot of other jurisdictions, but we are aware that there are other jurisdictions who do implement those regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, staff, for the good overview and in good detail in some cases. Thank you. I don't know if we are prepared to talk about enforcement a little bit as far as clarification on what our standards are for enforcement right now. I asked that before we get public comment because I was thinking maybe an overview of what the enforcement procedures are would be helpful to people to understand. So the protocols is what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lyons. Royce Powell, Director of Development Services. Our current practice in terms of enforcement as it relates to short-term rental, we follow our current code enforcement procedures, that it's on a complaint basis. As when we receive a complaint, we initiate an investigation to verify and confirm if there's a violation. If we confirm that there's a violation, then we issue a warning, a notice of violation, and provide ample time for the operator to comply. And if they don't comply, then we start issuing citations. So that's sort of the general overview of our code enforcement efforts.
And also there's a series of levels of citations. At one level, there's a certain fee or certain cost. At a second level, and so forth, right?
That's correct. And as part of tonight's ordinance, we're updating those costs to reflect the recent updated or the recent state law that increased the citation amounts.
And so there's a first, a second, a third, and then the revocation?
That's correct.
Okay. So that was one of my questions. And we have resources from the Sheriff's Department to help us with that work.
If I may just clarify, I think so we're on the same page. Right now, this ordinance takes away the step situation that we had previously. And so we don't have that right now. We've made the fines, we've made the fines consistent with state law instead of having the step situation, which was problematic in the past.
So when you say steps, when I said first, second, third, those are the steps you're referring to?
Correct.
What then can you clarify then what these proposed new process would be?
There is not a step system. You have the ability right now to fine consistent with state law, and I think staff can probably let you know what those current fines are. That's the new state law. And you also have what you didn't have before, the ability to suspend or revoke a license in a situation that warrants it. And when you didn't have that before, that was problematic because you had to go through the steps to get to something if it was egregious or somebody didn't pay attention to the situation, then you didn't have the ability to revoke or suspend, and you had to go through the steps and document the whole system until you got to the pay attention fine, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
And then I think staff can probably let you know, maybe Wendy can, on what the fine amounts are per state law right now. There was also some inconsistency before between what state law and the government code required and then what the city was requiring. So there was some confusion, and in fairness to those that will operate short-term rentals, all the fines should really be consistent with state law.
Thank you.
And the fines, the new proposed fines, which are consistent with state law, are $1,500 for the first violation, $3,000 for the second, and $5,000 for the third violation, and any subsequent violations.
And that's in the staff report, I believe, right?
That is in
Correct?
the staff
Okay.
report, yes.
Just one more enforcement question, just for clarification. It was reported that we have 159 non-registered short-term rentals, and there's also a process that we're using to work with them and then to get licensed, to get registered. But then there's also impacts citations associated with that. Could you overview that process?
Yes, if we receive evidence that there's an illegal short-term rental, then same process, we issue the notice. We notify the operator that they're operating either without a permit, and if the STR is permitted in that unit, whether if it's a single family or a duplex, then we'll notify them that they have a process they have to go through, and we provide them ample time to comply. However, if the STR is operating in a unit that is not, where an STR is not permitted, then we provide them ample time to cease operation. And if not, then we will coordinate with the city attorney's office on the next action needed to be taken, legal action, so.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and hear from the public.
Okay, and as the mayor mentioned earlier, each speaker will have 2 minutes. I'll call you 3 at a time. First speaker is Randy Boyer, followed by Maria Greenwald, and then Gary Greenwald.
Evening. I live up the street here in Leucadia. My wife and I run, I think, what you consider a junior suite, short-term rental, owner-occupied. We've been doing this now for about 2.5 years, and up to this point, it's been very successful. We have about a 96% occupancy rate. So I think I can speak from some experience on this. A couple of things in the new proposals bother me. The majority of it doesn't, and I'm assuming a lot of this came from unoccupied suites, unoccupied homes. So having us on site, having any owner on site is your enforcement. First thing is the locks. We consider electronic locks to be a safety measure. We have cameras. We change the lock code every time a guest leaves. We add a new lock code every time a guest enters. Most of the guests that we have are mothers that come down to see their grandchildren. We have business people that come in. We have doctors that come in to work at Scripps. We have coaches that come in to watch student athletes play here at the local high schools. These are not partiers, all right? We have never had a problem with that. We don't allow trash to build up. We don't allow people to park off-site. Pretty much go down the list of anything you've listed there, and we take care of that ourselves. We don't need help on that. The second item is the 5-day minimum. Right now, we're booking probably at a 3.5 per any of the guests. So what's happening and what's going to happen is that the taxes that we pay, and anybody in here who wants to pay $11,000 to the state for or the city for the last 1.5 years of work can go ahead and just do that, write them a check, but we do that, all right? We give you that money. You limit us to 5 days minimum, that tax dollar is going to go away. All right, I can tell you that right now. Bookings don't come in linear fashion. We get a booking in March. We get a booking in December. People fill in those dates, all right? We don't have a choice on that. You limit us to 5 days, we're going to have a gap, and you're going to see it in the tax base.
Thank you very much. For your
I am
comments.
interested, Madam Mayor, just, sir.
Councilmember Mosk has a question for you.
I
sir.
do, sir.
If you want to come back to the podium.
So you said 3.5 days, and so just wondering, is that your average? Your average is about 3.5.
Yeah.
And so of that, so you're saying that most of your a very large percentage are 3-day visitors.
Well, that's an average. So we have people that stay for 2. We try to avoid a single day. We don't think that's a good situation to have single-day renters. We have people that have stayed for almost a month. We don't rent over a month because of the rental laws in California. So when you average that together over the year, it comes out to about 3.5 days per stay. So that's 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, and it's all averaged together.
Do you have any reason to believe that that's kind of similar to other short-term rentals in the city?
I think you're going to hear that, yeah, from most people here. But I think 5 days is a mistake. I really do. So I would not do that.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
Next speaker is Maria Greenwald, followed by Gary Greenwald, and then Carol Hyde.
I want to say I applaud your efforts tackling short-term rentals by both City Council and the staff. Thank you. My name is Maria Greenwald, and I'm also speaking on behalf of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of petitioners who have signed our petition related to whole house rentals. There really have not been major complaints about an owner-occupied rental because, as the last speaker stated, when there's an owner in the house, that is enforcement for the problems. So our problem is with whole house rentals, which have no permanent resident, and they are not influenced by good neighbor policies. There is no neighbor. I can't go borrow an egg or a glass of milk. It is an empty house functioning as a hotel with guests every 1 or 2 days. Our petition asks for a 7-day minimum stay for whole house rentals, like Solana Beach and approved already by Coastal Commission. The next step is to require all of these whole house rentals to have permanent residents, and that would get rid of the problem. Cities all over have already established that: San Francisco, LA, Chicago, New York, DC, Boston, and Seattle. This prevents corporate entities from buying at homes to use as hotels. This, in turn, depletes our housing stock, changes our neighborhoods to commercial areas, and we lose any sense of neighborhood. I have one last additional request, and I appreciate Leslie Devaney for bringing this up. I asked the City Council to review with the City Manager how code enforcement is processed. What's the strategy? The regulations state the property owner or agent of a short-term rental unit shall comply with all the provisions of the Encinitas Municipal Code. That has not been happening. So I'd appreciate this up in the regulations. Thank you.
Thanks to the council members and staff for their significant work in drafting the short-term rental update. My name is Gary Greenwald. Our neighborhoods are zoned for residential only, but the rapid growth of whole home short-term rentals is quickly converting our neighborhoods into commercial small hotel districts. Communities are responding. Laguna Beach last year received Coastal Commission approval to ban all new STRs in residential zones. The overriding neighbor complaint about STRs is the recurrent noise disruption. The proposed noise controls and required 1-hour response time by owners are critical to help address this. Cities everywhere are increasing STR regulations, like Solana Beach and Del Mar now requiring 7-day minimum stays, and many limiting the number of STRs and the number of annual rental days. The Encinitas proposed 5-day minimum stay, while not as effective, is at least a significant first step. The shortest stays are almost invariably the loudest. In addition, each rapid turnover generates marked extra neighborhood activity. The needed turnover cleaners, laundry, window washers, jacuzzi cleaners, and renters loading and unloading, just like a hotel, often every 2 to 3 days. Furthermore, city enforcement becomes ineffective with rapid turnover. Because the individual violators leave so quickly, code enforcement almost always considers the violation rapidly resolved. But in truth, It is not resolved, but instead a chronic problem that just keeps recurring with the next group of renters. Also critical will be rules to prohibit the gaming of the 5-day minimum stay requirement. Tricks described online to get around minimum stay requirements include allowing renters early cancellation or free days. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carol Hyde, followed by Peter Rodriguez, and then Jeff Reeves.
Hi, everyone. Carol Hyde, speaking as a homeowner on site with a guest house, what used to be called a granny house when we fixed it up 12 years ago, garage conversion, now an STR. Live in the Highlands with my husband since 71, long-term resident. And 12 years ago, we converted our garage. So what I want to say about it is this. We've used Airbnb and VRBO successfully to rent the place. And as Encinitas has gotten more popular, we've had many bookings. We are on site, our house is there, there's the garage, people park in the driveway. But what I found works best as a homeowner is on the site, we put our rules and regulations. And our rules include no parties, no extra guests, no pets, this is just us, and three-night minimum seems to work best for us. And I let the people know we are in a residential town, residential street. So yeah, 10 o'clock lights out. And even parties around our neighborhood, 10 o'clock lights are out. That's Encinitas. We have not had a single problem in 12 years, one. Because the other thing I do is I don't take automatic bookings. That means they have to get in touch with me and tell me who's coming, how many, and I let them know if my place works for them. So that gives us a little control. Works great. Not a problem. If I didn't do that, I would have no control over who came to my house, and that's not acceptable for me or my neighbors. So I can see why some of the complaints are very difficult with noise. I also then get to regulate the noise. We are very comfortable at our home having a lockbox because we have set the rules and we know who's coming. So it works for us. I'd love to see it work for others. We also, as Encinitas has gotten so popular in the summer, the majority of our bookings are 3 nights. And, you know, maybe as the time goes on, we get 5 or 7 and maybe a few weeks in the winter. But the majority are 3 nights, which means we pay every 3 months, right? The city of Encinitas,
Thank
the
you for your
10%.
comments.
And so
Thank you.
if you, I just ask you not to do the 5 nights because we'll lose money and so will you.
Did I
Thank you
hear
very much.
Did I hear you say that you limit to 3? I mean, you require a minimum of 3?
3 nights.
And so that's already your rule. You don't take any bookings of 2.
No, it's a hassle for us, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Peter Rodriguez, followed by Jeff Reeves, followed by Susan Turney.
Good evening, council members. My name is Peter. My daughter goes to Capri Elementary. I am a local, but I also manage vacation rentals that are primarily on Neptune here in Encinitas. From 2017 to 2019, based on the 2006 ordinance, there were less than a score of complaints related to short-term rentals. Last year, on the 7 properties that I manage, there were complaints on only 2 of them. Too bad we send the problematic guests to specific units, right? We have a 2-night minimum. We're primarily families that love Lucadia Pizzeria and normally leave on their departure day wearing Encinitas Surf Shop sweaters. On March 17th, agenda item 12, short-term rentals, there was only 1 in opposition. If there are hundreds in opposition to the existing short-term rental policy or in support of tonight, where are they? On August 3rd, I met with Lillian Doherty from the city manager's office and Wendy House from the city's attorney's office. All the complaints at the time were dismissed because they were completely unfounded and found to be from specific neighbors. We monitor the properties 24 hours. We have 24-hour contact available and have always maintained a 1-hour response time, which is what the existing ordinance requests. In 2020, we paid, of course, our fair share in taxes of $164,000 to the city. This is absolutely a solution looking for a problem. Ridiculous. Provisions such as the prevention of a barbecue, as I saw right now, is ridiculous. That would really suck for 4th of July. Thank you.
Going to need these. Members of council, my name is Jeff Reeves. My wife and I have lived in Leucadia for 20-plus years. We both work for a living and for the past few years have operated a short-term rental. It has been extremely helpful in meeting the ever-growing financial demands of living in our beautiful area. And by the way, I want to thank you for your efforts in helping to make it an even better community to enjoy and live in. We, as owners and proprietors of our STR, live on the premises and are in communication with our guests throughout their stays. We make sure that they are respectful of us and our neighbors and provide off-street parking as well as anything else that they may require. We are in constant communication with them. So, and of course, we handle all of the trash and all of that as well. So none of the complaints that have been cited as reasons for controlling, among other things, but certainly the most troubling lengths of stay apply to us, nor the other STR owners and operators that we know. I went through our records for the last 6 months to discover that guest stays of 5 days or more constitute 10% of all of our bookings. That would constitute a 90% loss to us in terms of income and all of the other short-term rental folks, as well as you, the city, and all of the related businesses, the restaurants and shops, et cetera. In fact, I'm confident that this is true throughout the hospitality industry, that in fact, short-term stays, 1, 2, 3 days. In our case, we have a minimum of 2 days. And so...
Thank you for your comments, sir.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Turney, followed by Kim McQuiston, followed by David Tanner.
You ready for it? Susan Turney, Leucadia. We've been on-site Airbnb superhosts since 2018 with a 100% 5-star guest rating and a 95% occupancy rate. Our room rate is low at $160 per night. We retrofitted for wheelchair access and provide affordability in an expensive town. Best Western gets $200 a night, Surf House $400, and Moonlight Beach Inn $400. And by the way, they are not wheelchair accessible. It states so on their website. We enforce house rules. We have no complaints from our neighbors. 5 nights versus 1 is a $640 difference. The number of nights does not help the bad actor problem, but it does punish those with less money and time off. Can you advance? Thank you. I think you can agree that this is not your typical hotel experience for $160 a night. We've had just 2 5-night bookings in the last 3 months, while 33% of our stays are just 1 night. And again, we believe strongly in providing respite and a fantastic place away at a reasonable price for folks who want to get away from the daily grind, and especially during COVID. Our guests experience what they can't get at a hotel or afford at a boutique one. We live on site. We prefer to greet guests, but when guests arrive late, no lock boxes mean we have to cancel our evening plans. We have to cancel theater tickets, dinner plans, and we have to wait for guests who are stuck in traffic coming from LA or the desert or wherever they're coming in from. Could you advance it? Thank you. Local motels on Airbnb advertise lockboxes. Will they be prohibited on sites such as Surf House as well? By all means, please punish the bad players. I've been copied on a lot of the rather spicy emails to you folks with complaints on the party houses. I'm dead set against those. But do not punish the good ones, and don't discriminate, please, against people who cannot afford a longer or more expensive stay. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Kim Aquiston. I live in Leucadia, and I've lived there for over 33 years. My husband and I operate a Airbnb within our house, one room. I became disabled about 6 years ago, and it's a huge source of our income now. But what I'd like to do is quickly get your attention to a law that passed in Santa Monica. And I did supply this, hopefully the council got this. It's the settlement with the Airbnb guarantees compliance with home sharing ordinance. What the city of Santa Monica did is they took Airbnb, HomeAway, all of the STR rental places to court and made them put their, they call it a license number, on every single one of their rentals. So you cannot advertise at the city of Santa Monica on any of these sites without their license number, which we call a permit number. Right there, that eliminates all the illegal rentals that are out there because they can't advertise. They also require, and I have to get my glasses for this, they require Airbnb in this settlement. Airbnb has to collect and pay the city $2 for each night booked on any listing within Santa Monica. That goes to their homeless issues. So that would kill another, kill another bird, two birds in the stone, however that saying goes. So I would like the city to consider not only looking at what the city of Santa Monica has done. The precedence has been set, so it wouldn't cost us any money for a lawyer because, like I said, the precedence has been set. And also, as far as the 2-night or 5-night minimum goes, I'd say about 75 to 80% of our bookings are 2 nights. We do have a 2-night minimum, 3-night in the summer, but it would really, really hurt our income if we went to anything over a 3-night minimum. So I would like you to please consider that as well. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is David Tanner, followed by Kirk Allen, followed by Robert Frickman. David Tanner? Oh, he did. Okay, thank you. How about Kirk Allen? Kirk will be followed by Robert Frickman and then Dean Turney.
How you guys doing tonight? I'm a landlord in the city, and I've had my home saved by renting Airbnb. Your code enforcement department and I are on a first name basis. I prepared something. This gentleman spoke very articulately to the problem, so I'll just go quickly over a couple points. 400 plus Airbnb units. This gentleman did $150,000 in tax income. The model I sent you guys 2 years ago only showed $500,000 in tax income. There's $6 million in income to the cities of Encinitas through Airbnb, those 400 Airbnbs alone. There's another, if those people spend $100 a night in this town, another $6 million. I don't even understand why this is a problem. I have 2 freestanding single-family homes within 10 yards of me in either direction. Once for the last 5 years have I felt the need to call the cops. My guess, the only problem I had is I had one who didn't like ants. I'm very intimate with 938. You guys should chuck the whole thing. Those additions are not good. They're not going to help you out. These citizens are going to organize. The city's going to be in trouble. Freestanding homes, you have the right to do with as you please. Owner-occupied. My last paragraph simply reads, at the core of the Fourth Amendment is the fundamental concept of government intrusion into an individual's residence or expectation of privacy must strictly be circumcised. The operation, or circumscribed, excuse me. Did you guys on the news get that? Sorry, I'm a moron some days. The operation of a short-term rental of an owner-occupied single-family dwelling is better governed under the Home Occupations Code of a city, in this case 304840. The interests included here are liberty, property, privacy, due process, equal protection under the law, where this city fails at regularly.
I think I'm next. I looked at sign up there. I was here in 1986, and I call that the good old days, but I had hair back there too. But this city has changed a lot since I moved here in '74, and I had all these notes, but the reason I'm here tonight is 6 of the 9 homes adjacent to me, 6 are in one form or another short-term vacation rentals. I went from a neighborhood with neighbors and kids to transients as my neighbors. And I don't mean to use transient in a negative sense, but they're not my neighbors. Peter talked, I live next door to the one that he kind of made it sound like it's not a problem. I have called him for years. I was one of the first ones. He had one of the first rentals. I've called him for years on complaints. So it's not like it hasn't been a major nuisance. And the green walls. On our street, the 6 of the 9, there's only one that I've had a problem with. Unfortunately, it's next to me. The others, I don't even know they exist. And people here that own these ones that are managed properly, they're okay because you don't know they're there because the people act like good neighbors. And when you don't have good neighbors, and my biggest complaint, and I want to make sure I get to that, I need to sleep. It's healthy for me to sleep. And I get woken up all hours. I've called Peter a gazillion times because people go out and they start quiet. They've been drinking and they laugh and they wake me up. My wife, when she wakes up, can't go back to sleep. Our bedroom is 10 feet from where they accumulate, 10 feet. So it's like, once again, the homes that are being managed properly, like some people here said, they talk to them and they say, look, be quiet. These are old people next door. That's me. There's not a problem, but somehow you have to give us a process. If they can't get like the one next to more that I've been fighting for years, you have to give me a process to either get them to behave or to get rid of their license. It's not a big problem, except for the few that are the big problem. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dean Turney, followed by Jason Kachaki, and followed by Emily Reeder.
Dean Turney, Leucadia. As an owner-operator of an Airbnb in the city of Encinitas, I do not oppose fair, equitable regulations on my industry. I want to emphasize fair and equitable. Neighbors should not have to tolerate loud noises and parties late at night. Regulation should be adequate to maintain a good neighborhood community's character without being overly abusive. As proposed, this ordinance goes beyond adequate. It appears to be driven by entitlement and privilege. The policies that scream Encinitas is only for the moneyed privilege are the following. Recreational vehicles. We allow them, if a person arrives in Encinitas, do they have to rent a car or an Uber in order to and park their car at some RV lot? Or can they just park on the street free? Per our current enforcement policies, they're allowed to park and sleep anywhere in the city. Why would they want an Airbnb? Why not limit Airbnbs just to people who drive Mercedes? No self-check-in. Therefore, if your guest is stuck in traffic or late flight, they can't get into the unit unless the owner cancels his plans for the night and shows up and lets them in. I don't think that's equitable. Minimum night stay. This proposed racist policy rewards wealthy who can afford a 5-night stay and excludes those of less means. We have housed many guests that just want a short, affordable 1 or 2 night stay from their homes, attend a local wedding, or experience Encinitas before it is gone. Most of our guests are couples consisting of a variety of ethnic groups and means of income, looking for a short, affordable vacation home in Encinitas. This policy, as written, is driven by entitlement and privilege
to exclude any who do not fit the policy's desired class, one that cannot afford a longer stay and travel in an approved vehicle.
Hello, City Council. I'll be real short because a lot of it's going to be repeat what everybody else has said already, but we have a owner-occupied property that we promote strict rules, and they abide by it. And we have no sign. We have signs for no parties, 2-person max. It is 1 large bedroom, but it's a large space. Respect your neighbors with noise levels, no amplified music, no pets, quiet time after 10. All of these things are the rules that they have to sign up for, and they abide by them. Being owner-occupied, you can enforce them. And so that's a really big distinction between a non-owner occupied and an occupied, and I think that the rules should be set differently. I pay my taxes every quarter. Encinitas is getting a lot of money every quarter from that. Going to 5 days, it's going to probably kill 50% of that income. There's, sometimes people get a day, they block it 2 days or 1 day after, and we just can't even fill that. Filling it in with 1 day, the people are great. Sometimes they get there at 10 at night and leave at 10, no problems whatsoever. I tend, especially with the COVID situation, I tend to greet people over the phone. I speak to them. I reiterate a lot of these messages and rules. And there's cameras walking in, so make sure that no outside guests and that there's no parties and that sort of thing. So I think self-regulation, I think that the bad apple shouldn't ruin it for the rest. And, we're bringing a lot of the 1 to 2 night stays. They don't stock a whole fridge full of food. They're going to go out there and spend money in the local marketplace. So just think about what we might be losing. We're going to lose people to other cities that are going to gain: Oceanside, Carlsbad, et cetera. Thank you.
Next speaker is Emily Reeder, followed by Diane Schakowsky, and then Christina Wilson.
My name is Emily Rose Reeder, and I'm here in support of issuing new short-term rental permits for ADUs. I'm a resident of Encinitas, a city blessed with one of the most beautiful coastlines in the world, and where the founder and his family were originally beachgoers on holiday. In issuing short-term permits, the city of Encinitas collects permit fees and 10% tax revenue on all short-term income. Tax revenue is substantial and goes to city improvement projects. Local businesses are patronized, and residents may offset their living costs. Locals offer guests a boutique, restorative stay in a city that gives someone something to write home about. When a resident requests a short-term permit, they're doing so for the necessity of income to offset their own long-term housing costs. We are all recovering from the cost of COVID shutdowns. Further, local long-term rental prices are currently exceptionally high for the average household, which negates more affordable options. It was cited in the ordinance that ADUs are viable long-term housing venues that will provide below market rate housing. How can a property owner be sustainable providing below market rate housing? You don't sell a product or service for less than it costs to produce or run it. So in other words, if you do that, you've got a business. So shutting down all new short-term permits is not a fix to the housing crisis. Enforcing reasonable, responsible use of permits is totally fine. So in terms of the noise, if people are not abiding by that, then it's, just suggested that you pull their permit, offer them a warning, and go through, due process. But for those that are in compliance, it is amazing. Just 2 notes that everyone else has said: 5-day minimum completely kills short-term rentals. You got to do 2 to 3 in order to be successful. And then there was a thing on setting occupancy limits to 2 people. Just as long as it's according to fire safety code, that it would be great. I strongly support issuing new short-term rental permits. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening on matters regarding our beautiful city. I know Bob Bondi would be proud. Thank you.
Diane? Okay, thank you. How about Christina Wilson? Christina will be followed by Jennifer Hagan and then Betty Longview.
Good evening. For the first time in California's 170 years, our state is losing a seat in the House of Representatives in favor of states that do not micromanage law-abiding citizens. This means that the hopes and dreams of Californians are going to have less representation on a federal level in the coming years. Why is this happening? Because California is notorious for having a high cost of living, partly spurred by increasing restrictions and regulations. And these have played a large role in the mass migration out of California. Everything's more expensive, and some of us just can't afford to live here any longer. Additionally, we're tired of being micromanaged. I'm a social worker, and you probably know we don't make a lot of money, so I do Airbnb on the side to sustain myself financially. So I've made some notes on my phone. Just regarding my own personal Airbnb, we filter our guests. We go through and we talk to them. We require that they have a certain level of 5-star reviews before they're even directed to us. If we rarely take a guest without ratings, we basically grill them. Why are you coming? What's your plan? Tell me about what's going on. And we let them know that we have a security camera outside. We let them know our expectations. And they're always our guests have always been very respectful and very grateful for the time they've spent with us. And regarding the stay time, it doesn't matter. It hasn't mattered how long a guest is staying as to whether they're a good guest or not. There's no correlation that we found at all on that. And also, a lot of times we'll get guests staying from Friday to Monday. So that's 3 nights, which leaves us 4 nights in between, which would mean we'd have the week completely empty every time if we go to a 5-night stay. And self-check-in's a rough thing too because of what people have already said. Guests pretty much never arrive exactly when they think they will. Their kids get hungry, they need to get gas, the plane comes in late, whatever it is. So we can't, we'd be sitting around all night, every night in that case. And just because there's a precedent set by other cities doesn't mean that you should do so as well. Thank you.
Did you say you're on premise?
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Hagan. I live in the Seaside Gardens area north of Moonlight Beach. I've lived there over 20 years, and I love my neighborhood, like most of the people here, maybe all of the people here. I have run a short-term rental for 12 years. I live on the premises. It's a studio within our house, so it's a bedroom that we lock off from the rest of our house. Never have I had an issue with any of the renters. 100% of the renters we've had have never had a problem. Our neighbors don't even know that they're there most of the time. We mostly have overflow from other neighbors, grandparents, in-laws that stay with us, people that are coming here for business. We run, prior to COVID, probably about a 70% occupancy. During COVID, about a 90% occupancy. People found staying at a short-term rental more favorable than staying in a more communal hotel situation. So we have stayed very full. Because of the size of our unit, only a studio, it's a single-room studio with a kitchenette, doesn't even have a full kitchen. So probably 99% of the meals are out in our community at the restaurants. Those individuals stay on average about 3 nights. I shouldn't say on average 3 nights, because we do a 2 to 3 night minimum. It's same as somebody else mentioned, in the winter we do a 3-night minimum, in the summer we do a 2-night minimum. Most of our stays are 3 nights. And like others that have spoken, 5 nights minimum, I can understand maybe for the bigger homes, but for a studio, it's just not practical. I mean, we'd have to block so many days to work around those days. I do not do auto booking. I advertise on Airbnb and VRBO, and then have a lot of regular guests that come back that I work with directly. But I do not do auto booking. I speak with everybody before they come. Thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker is Becky Longview, followed by Amanda Smith, Susan Singer, and then Sean Feist.
Hi, I'm Betty Longview. I've been the homeowner renter in the house. I have a single bedroom that I rent out. I've been doing this for a couple years now, and it's been a wonderful experience. I became disabled a couple years ago, and this is the only way I've been really able to subsidize my income so I can take care of my family. I have people that stay 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, a couple weeks at a time, and it's so important that we're able to regulate ourselves. Anytime says, I'm here from the government and I'm here to help you. How does that help me when I'm paying you guys taxes and you're telling me how I have to regulate my business? It doesn't make a difference if somebody's there 1 day or 5 days. If they're a partier, they're gonna do their thing. I don't get partiers because I personally talk to these people just like a lot of these people do. It's my home, I have kids in there. Why would I wanna have anybody in there that doesn't take my best interest in heart? And I hope you guys will think about my best interest and not tell me that I have to have a lockbox because I can't see my kid's soccer game because they're showing up late. Or that I can't rent it out for 1 day when there's a doctor that's coming in town and he's been my regular guy that comes in. Sorry, I can't rent it out to you. You can't go to Scripps and stay at my place because the city has told me I can't rent it for 1 day. Please think about that. Less government is better for us.
My name is Amanda. I'm a responsible Airbnb host, so I'm not going to go into my methods, but I wanted to tell you why I think these ordinances aren't going to work. First off, the 5-day minimum. Right now, I charge a lot of money for our Airbnb, and I have maybe 50% occupancy, and I don't want it to change. The demographic of my guests are going to change considerably if you bump the stay up to 5 days. The reason for that is the demographic of people that are going to pay $1,000 a night for an Airbnb are considerably different than people who are going to pay $500 a night. And if I have to change the minimum stay to 5 days, I'm going to have to slash the rates in half. So my neighbors are going to have actually more Airbnb neighbors, and I don't think they want that. Plus, they're probably maybe a little bit rowdier, and the wear and tear on my property is going to be greater. The second thing I'd like to address is the personal check-in. That just doesn't make sense. This is 2020. Everybody has a Ring camera, right? Who doesn't have a surveillance camera at their house? What you do is you monitor who comes, who goes. If you meet somebody and they come with their wife or husband, that's it. Then you leave. How do you know if 10 other people aren't going to come in that night, tomorrow, the next day? It just doesn't make sense. I'm not sure how it addresses the problem or how it solves the problem. So that's all.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So there were several neighbors that have just given public comment about the fact that their personal touch makes a difference. Them talking to them over the phone makes a difference. But you think your testimony here today is that having nobody check somebody in, where they're able to make a personal contact with them, verify a whole bunch of information by just observing those folks, you believe that's not the truth?
No, I totally agree with that, and I 100% do that, but I didn't want to really get into my whole procedure just because I am a really responsible host. I establish cell phone communication, email communication. I have a 7-page short-term lease, which includes my neighbors and being responsible in hours. So I 100% respect my neighbors, and I monitor everybody who comes in. I know who's coming.
So you believe that personal contact is important and could create some level of conformance to our code and reduce the potential for loud noise and parties and more compliance?
Communication is key, not personal contact.
All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Singer. Susan is followed by Sean, I think it's Feist, followed by Jonathan Martin.
Hi, my name is Susan Singer. I own and operate a whole house Airbnb. I also live next to an Airbnb. So I get everybody's points. I get it all. You don't want to live next to a really noisy Airbnb. You want to be able to sleep. You don't want to hear people laughing late at night. You don't want 8 cars out front. My neighbor's really great about that. I also make sure that doesn't happen at my own place as well. My neighbors are very happy. I solicit information from them. I ask how they're doing. Most of them say, except for a different car, they don't really notice anybody. I can understand where some of the items in this proposal are coming from, as someone who lives next to an Airbnb and as someone who cares about their neighbors. Some of them seem a little overreaching. You've heard about the 5-night proposal. I usually require a 4-night stay, but you can't really you can't stack the bookings like you would want. So sometimes I end up with 2, 3, 4-night gaps, and I would like to be able to fill those. I mean, 4 nights is more than half of a week. So if things don't work out right for me, I can lose half a week, I can lose half a month. You could eventually use half a year. That's a lot of income. We support my parents-in-law. So my father-in-law is aging. We help support him. He doesn't have a lot of retirement plans money-wise. We also supported the medical needs for my mother-in-law while she was going through and eventually succumbed to cancer. And now we donate a lot of that money towards helping Doug to get out of shelters. So some of the money I'm making is going back towards helping somebody somewhere, and still managing not to piss off my neighbors. I'd like to get to a couple things that haven't been mentioned. Item K, identifying the unit as an STR. I think it's a big sign that says, "Come rob this house." It's an easy target. It'll be nice. The people in there are easy prey. I don't think a sign on the outside would be good.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Sean?
May I give my time to Jonathan?
There are no time donations? No.
Hi, thank you for listening. As an owner-occupied short-term rental host for the past 4 years, we agree with all the STR concerns and resulting ordinances with the exception of the 5-night minimum. We have shared our home with guests from all over the world: Argentina, Brazil, Belgium, China, Mexico, Nepal, Japan, Korea, Thailand, Quebec, Pakistan, France, Germany, New Zealand, and Australia, plus American guests from most states. The amount of time that they stay might be 2 weeks, or it might be weekend as they travel around to see our country. Often we have guests for 1, 2, or 3 nights visiting our town for celebrations like weddings, anniversaries, quick surf trips, attending celebration of life events, and in one case, sharing family time together during a terminal illness. That guest spent her entire time in our kitchen preparing Lebanese food like tabbouleh and fresh yogurt to make everyone feel comfortable while they gathered, and we shared in those meals and made new friends. We have hosted many, many families with multiple children who come to the beach, eat in our local restaurants, shop in our local stores for Encinitas swag and memorabilia, visit Legoland and other local attractions, and enjoy a safe, relaxing home to spread out and rest. We consider ourselves ambassadors of Encinitas, and we are very proud to share this town with others. Thank you. I'll let him finish.
Good evening. I'll continue. With the minimum night stay policy on owner-occupied shared Airbnbs, you would eliminate some wonderful guests who would otherwise not be able to come to Encinitas because of costs of lodging and availability. We believe that the whole house rental versus the shared home experience should be treated differently in regards to setting minimum stays, as in Class 1, owner-occupied shared common space, Class 2, whole house rental. The intention of your 5-day minimum is to eliminate the large party scenes, which we 100% agree. Do not put the minimum stay on owner-occupied Airbnbs because we are not the problem. Focus on the rentals that are. And I would suspect that the problem is whole house rental properties. We have never had a situation in our house because we attract different types of guests and we are on the premises all time. This is our job. This is our home. Furthermore, we'd like to know if you've had any complaints from shared house experiences, and we would like to see a report on those findings. Rather than acting like a surgeon with a baseball bat, this situation should be logically approached and correction made to the problem. And to reinstate, the problem is with whole house rentals. Again, a better solution that would receive more impact and create a better correction would be to fine whole house rentals with great penalties for breaking our city's rules, and they need to feel it in the pocketbook. And possible minimum night stays for whole house rentals as well, not shared rentals. Shared home STRs make a modest income and attract a special type of guest to our community. And if you take a look at our guest book, they leave behind wonderful notes of friendship and appreciation, unlike party rentals that leave a trash bin full of empty beer cans and debris. 2 different rental classes. Class 1, shared. Class 2, whole house. No minimum stay on the shared. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jennifer Kurz, followed by Douglas Kurz, followed by Rory Revere.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Kurz. I'm going to be reading a letter today for Rebecca Burnett, who is actually not in town, but she wanted me to read this. She says, to the City of Encinitas, I'm currently out of the country and I request that this letter be read aloud during the meeting on the 28th. We have been offering our home in Encinitas to short-term guests since 2014. I have found that the 3 main concerns to address are noise, trash, and cars. If these issues are managed and addressed with guests, there should be no problem with neighbors. I'm concerned with the staff recommendation of placing a 5-day minimum on the STRs. Over the years, we have been able to offer our home to a variety of guests with a varying income and a variety of races and nationalities. Such a policy, placing a restriction on short-term rentals, will affect the affordability for many of our travelers. The majority of our guests who stay for less than 5 days opt for a short visit, but because they can afford a very short stay at the beach and a quick getaway, and a vacation away from work, and longer stays other places. Many of these guests do not have options of longer vacations from their work and their jobs in order to stay at the beach. The home sharing community is a great opportunity to bring our diverse global community together. It is better to address the real issues of noise, trash, and cars specifically, and not further divide our community by attacking this entire situation as one whole problem. The beaches and coasts are to be enjoyed by all. The California Coastal Commission works to ensure coastal access for all. A restriction on the number of days takes away an affordable option for many members of our global community. Thank you.
Hello, that was Handy. You just met my beautiful wife. And we moved here about 10 years ago. I came here for a short-term contract in San Diego, and we loved it so much, we ended up buying a place, and we moved from the Inland Empire. The Inland Empire is a lot more expensive than here. So, we actually, when we bought the place, looked for something that we could share a portion of it in Airbnb. So we've been doing that. We actually remodeled it. It looks like a little Embassy Suites. And that's how we afford to live here, and we hope to retire here, and we probably wouldn't be able to if it wouldn't continue. For us, we do a 2-day minimum, because people come down here a lot for just a weekend at the beach. So that's what we've seen. A lot of our rentals are weekends at the beach, and we're on premises. We've never had a complaint. And then the self check-in, we also travel a lot on Airbnb. We actually look for self check-ins. My wife's an introvert. She doesn't really want to see anybody when she shows up. So, and we like it because we can have the electronic codes. We don't have to give keys out. That's protection. If I give somebody a key, they can make a copy of it, and that can have theft issues. There can be all kinds of things that can go on with that. So we just wouldn't feel safe and comfortable doing that. One thing I'd like you to consider in this, because, like I said, we travel a lot with Airbnb. In many cities, like the city of San Diego, they let Airbnb actually collect the taxes. We come and pay our taxes every single quarter. But, when you're looking online and you look at mine versus something in San Diego, mine looks a lot more expensive. San Diego's looks a lot cheaper, but when you hit book, it actually adds all the San Diego taxes, whereas I have to take that out and come, pay the city later. And I know Airbnb will work with cities to do that, and then you'll get consistent income stream and guaranteed of that. So, I just recommend that as you're looking at changes.
You have a minimum stay?
2 days.
2 days, thank you.
Yep.
Next speaker is Rory Revere, followed by Crystal Dirks, followed by Dee Biller, and then Serge Koska.
Good evening, council members. Rory Revere. I am a Cardiff resident and Encinitas resident. And I also run a vacation rental company locally here as well. And our company manages 400 properties, so we go all the way from the border up to Malibu. So we have a pretty good idea on and been highly involved with different council meetings, and especially for me for North County, my office, which we run. And we've heard a lot about minimum night stays and everything. It just doesn't work for the amount. I know that you guys and everyone here travels and uses vacation rentals, and it's really hard to do anything near a 5-night minimum stay on average. So it's one thing that'll be really hard to do. And as you guys know, it's really good to look at Carlsbad and Oceanside's rules and regulations for short-term that they've recently passed the last couple of years. We're in certain areas we're more strict, and the sample sets that you guys reference in today's meeting, they're not really comparable cities to ours, even with the condominiums in Solana Beach or your Coronados that have different rules and restrictions on those. Del Mar not really having vacation rentals at all right now because they're in a legal battle. Certain things that our funds can be used really well with our permit fees and our TOT to fund more regulation for the bad apples that are operating in the neighborhoods that are not regulated at all, that aren't following the rules. And those can be easily remedied with following up on those noise complaints and going after them, not the bad operators locally that are doing everything that they can, and being within that time limit, posting our permits. And there's 160 of them that aren't regulated, and we're the ones who are doing all the work and getting in trouble for it and having a lot more strict rules that no one's really has. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
I have a question for you.
Please.
You said you manage 400 properties?
Yes, our company does, yeah.
And are any of those properties in jurisdictions which have a prohibition on self-check-in?
None.
None. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Crystal, and I've lived and owned my property here in Encinitas for 10 plus years. We actually bought in this area because we couldn't afford unless we had a second house on our property as a young person in the area. So our second house has always provided income for us and allowed us to live here. In 2019, we converted it into a vacation rental, which allowed me to even spend more time with my children, my family, and my neighbors. I'm very close to my neighbors. Susan is my neighbor. And so that's very important to us, our relationships. I agree with most of the ordinance, but I was already a draft ordinance, but I was already complying with most of the rules as an owner-operator because of my desire to be a good neighbor. In fact, I have a heightened awareness of my neighbors more now as a short-term rental operator than I did as a long-term rental operator. My concerns now. Posting signage on my property puts my family and property at risk. We screen our guests with a series of questions and documentation and provide detailed house rules prior to check-in. I've already notified all my neighbors that I have a short-term rental, and they have my cell phone number to contact me if they have issues. Please don't put my property, family, and children at risk of thieves who might try to break into my property when it's unoccupied. The other concern seems to be related to being good neighbors. Creating a 5-day minimum stay hurts myself and friends who operate rentals. I suggest reducing this to 2 to 3 nights. Otherwise, you're solely supporting hotels. If the concern is truly for the neighbors, the city could disallow management companies. People who live outside Encinitas are buying properties, then renting them out. They have no concern for their neighbors. Eliminate management companies and deal with the few problem short-term rentals before applying more regulations to the many owner-operators. And then also the self check-in, which they've already mentioned. I coach in the community, we serve in the community, we attend church events and serve at our church. If I had to leave events to check in with my guests constantly, I wouldn't be available to serve in our community the way I do. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dee Biller, followed by Serge Koska, followed by Tom Cousins, and then Juan Marty.
Hi, I'm Dee, and I have owned my home in Encinitas for 36 years, and about 4 years ago, I realized that in order to stay in my house, I was going to have to supplement my income. So I turned my back bedroom and bath into a short-term rental. It has its own private entrance. It has a keyless door. It's changed every time somebody leaves, and I'm in constant contact with anyone who comes into my rental by text or phone. I don't necessarily meet them in person because some people, because of COVID, don't want to meet personally, but I'm always in contact with them at all times to see if they need anything. I have a 2-night minimum, and most of my rentals are weekenders, so it's 2 to 3 nights, and if you made it 5 nights a week, I'd lose about 95% of my income. I also wanted to reiterate that you're asking for 10% hotel tax, and yet you're not keeping hotels to this standard. You're not giving them a minimum of nights that they have to have people. Also, you are not asking them to escort people into their rooms every time, or telling the neighbors in the area that they have a new guest coming into the hotel. So it seems like kind of a double standard to me. Anyway, in order to stay in my house, it's it's not a huge amount of money, but I feel like it's allowing me to stay in my house. So thank you for your time.
Hey, my name is Serge Koska. I own a house in Leucadia down on Neptune, and I don't rent my house out, but my neighbor has a whole house, 4-bedroom vacation rental. And I work as an orthopedic trauma surgeon, so when I get, if I get to sleep, I'm greatly appreciative of being quiet. And over the 4 years, I've had very few issues with the renters, and the few times that I've had, I just called the owner and asked him to have him, quiet down or whatever, and it was really no issue. So I think all the added regulations are a bit unnecessary, and I don't really think there needs to be any changes, at least in my section of Encinitas. It hasn't been a big deal having a vacation rental right next door.
Next speaker is Tom Cousins, followed by Juan Marty, followed by Jacob Rush.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. We agree that, my wife and I agree that there are some problems pertaining to the short-term rental in the city, and we're grateful that you're looking at it. However, we're concerned about the methodology that led to the proposed ordinance. This pandemic has certainly shown the importance of crafting solutions based on sound data. For the most part, what we've seen is a reliance on anecdotal, non-quantified information. I mean, what you've heard from the speakers tonight should be making this absolutely clear. The first step in problem solving is to clearly define the problem. Failure to define the parameters of the problem invariably leads to an inferior solution. We have looked but not found answers to several fundamental questions that are critical to understanding the nature of this problem and crafting appropriate solutions. Are the problem STRs located citywide or confined to specific neighborhoods? Are they owner-occupied or absentee ownership? Is the owner a family or is it a business entity? Do the owners of the problem STRs own multiple STR properties? Do they self-manage or do they use a management company? Are there specific size criteria that these problem STRs have in common? Are any of the problem STRs accessory units on owner-occupied properties? This is particularly important for my wife and I because we have an ADU that is a licensed STR on our property. And you've heard from several other people that have the same situation. You've also heard people say that, hey, the problem is with the whole home properties, whole home rentals. So what is ours a whole home rental? We live on the property, we rent an ADU. You need to research this much, much better. Be happy to help. You've got the data. I'll sit down with you.
Juan? Okay, how about Jacob Rush? That could be it.
Hi, I'm John Bandy, not Juan. I've owned a property here for 30 years. I have 3 girls going to school, 2 at Paul Eckie and 1 at Oakcrest. I don't have anything to do with Airbnbs. What I am concerned about and why I'm coming here is because I've seen this council and the staff and experienced the disrespect for the rights of the population, the people, the residents that own property. And I think you all are interfering, are overreaching, and I think this is ridiculous what you're doing. I think you're going to expand City Hall. I remember when there were just a few cars. I remember when I went down to the Encinitas Boulevard and there was a small footprint. And you're just expanding. You're going to have to hire more people. And I think what you should do is take care of the public right-of-ways. You should take care of the public property, the beaches, the fellow that got robbed at the beach at Moonlight Beach, the roads, the traffic, the water, and let the owners have the rights of their property that they should have. You are expanding the powers and missions of city government, either as a process to create public jobs or as a means to limit life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of the citizenry. This is not an HOA. There are many communities where people live at or near the coast that have private deed restrictions, which people voluntarily choose to purchase properties in these communities, knowing that they can and cannot do what is fully spelled out in the documents recording the deeds. If they want to live with these restrictions, good for them. People know when they purchase property in these communities what to expect with respect to the covenants and restrictions. People make very expensive and important decisions on what property to purchase, keep, or sell based on consistency, constancy of the government. You know the document called the Constitution? People wrote it because they were tired of suffering under the changing whims of the entitled ruling aristocracy of Europe. After they separated from this tyranny, they tried to set up rules that would not change and would ensure the liberty. Simply put, stop meddling in our business and take care of the roads, bridges, parks, walkways, and beaches, and leave us alone.
Next speaker is Jacob Rush, followed by Paul Clark, followed by William Hildeth, followed by Laura Reindell.
Good evening, council members. I've had an Airbnb since 2018. I have received a notice of violation and I changed it, so that works. I've never had a guest come to me and say, I want you to come meet me. I've never had anybody. They like to check in when they want to check in. They're usually tired. They want to get in the place. I have a good book for them to look at and phone numbers. Everybody's different with their process of how they vet their clients. I don't take anybody that doesn't have reviews. I communicate with them through email. We make sure that usually there's a negotiation that goes on with the price. So, we talk about why they're here and what they're doing, how long they're going to stay. So I kind of get to know them all. But I've never once ever had anybody say, come meet me at the house. And I wouldn't want to give them a key. I want a keypad. I want to be able to change it. I have cameras on the front and the back. My neighbors all know my phone number. I've reached out. I'm a good neighbor. So I've never had any problems with my neighbors. I don't think that the city ruling on how you can barbecue. I do understand maybe, fire pits in the back, but I don't think the barbecue is an issue. I don't think meeting people there is an issue that the city needs to be involved in. I don't think being able to come and enter the property at any time is something. What do you guys have, like a team of black ops that are going to come in and come into the house anytime they want? I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. The off-street parking, people need a place to park. I think that a lot of these rules are overstepping the boundaries of government.
So, excuse me, sir. So you have a separate property. Your Airbnb is a whole house.
Well, it's condominium.
Okay, but you live somewhere else off
Yes,
the premises.
but I live within 5 minutes, and I can be there within 5 minutes.
Thanks.
I agree with so many of the people who've spoken tonight. I oppose the 5-night minimum. I oppose the in-person check-in, the barbecue issue in the backyard, parking RVs on site. Some of our visitors come in an RV. They're tired of being in it. They'd like to park in our off-site parking or our on-site parking while they stay in a house for a period of time. I'd like to speak for the people who haven't been spoken for tonight, which is the children. If you have a family and you bring small children and you take them to a hotel, what's the first thing you say? You got to be on your best behavior. This is not like home. This is a different environment. And what we're doing with the 5-night minimums is we're penalizing our children because we are the people who are offering a standalone 3-bedroom house that has a private outdoor space for kids to run out and play in, and parents don't have to worry that they're out in the street somewhere or off on the beach when they're not regulating it. Do we really want to take those parents and tell them, you can't do the same things you do at home? You can't barbecue a steak. You can't act like you do at home. That's going to be very tough to regulate. The proximity, that issue, puts the government in a position of picking winners and losers, telling the gentleman who becomes disabled and needs to supplement his income to stay in his house that he can't do a vacation rental because the person next door is doing one, is stealing his rights and is giving you the opportunity to choose who's successful and who's not. I just don't think that's the society that we designed here. There are 3 categories of houses or rentals like this. First is the one where the owner is on site. Second is a small residential home that's a normal one-family home. And third is a very large gathering house.
Thank you for your
And
comments.
I think you'll
sir.
find that intermediate level needs to be considered differently from the gathering house.
Thank you.
Next speaker is William, it looks like Hildwith, followed by Laura Reindell, then Christy Clark, and then Jessica Solano.
Hello, yes, I've run 2 different short-term rentals in Encinitas since 2007, over that time period, and I agree with what everybody has been saying tonight, and I'd like to emphasize the alternatives to short-term rentals, because short-term rentals tend to be demonized, and in truth, the alternatives have a dark side. As I've explained to my neighbors, you get a bad long-term tenant into your property and you basically have a hostile occupant in your house that you can't get out for months. And they might not take out the trash. You don't know what they're going to do. In one situation, I had someone leave the hot water on for a couple of months, and they were sharing a water heater with the other tenants. So, and then the reason I'm bringing this up is I inherited a property and I had to go through these choices. Nobody's going to sell their property in Southern California because, the real estate appreciates more than you'd make in a bank account. So in my situation, I don't want to do a long-term rental, and if short-term rentals are too difficult, I could just let the property sit. And I don't have to explain to you what that looks like after a couple of years. But these people are actively involved in their businesses and their properties. And short-term rentals are actually a really favorable situation.
Laura Rindo, followed by Christy Clark, and then Jessica Solano.
Hi, good evening. I've been a resident and homeowner here in Encinitas since 1985, and I bought the little beach cottage on the large lot, and in 2006, I was blessed to be able to build a nice home on my property. I'm zoned multi-family residence. I've had more trouble with my long-term renters, and my neighbor had, the only problem I've ever had was with my neighbor was with a long-term renter that was throwing cigarette butts or something over the fence. Not one complaint ever. What really brought me here is the 5-day limit. I get, my guests are, I have a physician that comes 3 nights every few months at Scripps. I've got traveling nurses, and I've got soccer families that their kids have a soccer game, their son has a soccer game, and they're only here for 3 nights. I have a 3 to 4 night minimum, depending on the season, and I absolutely will literally, if you impose a 5-night minimum, I'm going to do 31-day rentals to traveling nurses, because this, and the fact, if my guests can't barbecue chicken on a barbecue at my home that I've owned, I mean, how much I paid to build that house, and permits and taxes, I can't believe the barbecue. I just saw that for the first time. That's unheard of. I really, I live on the premises. My little beach house is my vacation rental. Do I check them in personally? If it's convenient, but I'm right there, and I've 100% communication with them. So I just beg you to really reconsider this 5-day rental and rules like having my guests be able to barbecue. I don't know, I just never heard of anything like that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to reiterate, I'm against the regulation modifications, most of them. Parking is one of the big issues for me. I have 4 off-street parking spots on my property, long enough to accommodate a motorhome or a camper. A lot of my guests are traveling for long periods of time, and they choose to come and stay a week in a house with a kitchen and a yard and let their dog out. And I have neighbors. All of my neighbors know that it's a rental. They have told me in the past, it's nice to hear the laughter of children in the house. It's nice to see the guests from other places. They talk to them. There's a front patio, so they get to greet them. Self-check-in is valuable and important for everybody. We've all missed a flight or had a flight arrive late, and we're showing up at a hotel at midnight. The exterior display, I'm going to agree with. It's a risk that exposes my home for theft if it's empty. You are receiving transient occupancy tax. Again, on the parking, if somebody parks an RV, I'm paying the same property tax as everybody else is. Somebody else is parking an RV on their property. I take better care of my house, interior and exterior, at it being a rental. The 5-night minimum is outrageous. You are literally asking me as a business operator to cut my business by 50%. I have 48% of my rentals were 3 to 4 nights in the past year, and you would be asking me to just stop doing half of my business. The inspection
is I don't believe that you should have anybody show up at my home if I have guests there and tell me that somebody gets to walk through and do a compliance. I think you need to deal with me as the owner, and that should be a scheduled appointment. I have no problem having the fire department walk through anything. I'm a permitted operator in the city of Encinitas, and happy to have you do that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jessica Solano, followed by Kimberly Jackson, Tyler Reed, and then Brian Whitlock.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jessica Solano. I manage 2 vacation rentals here in Encinitas, and I appreciate that you are bringing these issues to change some of the rules, because I think regulation is great when it protects people. Some of these regulations do not protect anyone. For example, the thing with the lock boxes, like that we can't have people check in by themselves, that we have to meet them there. It is almost impossible for any of us to do that. We can't just wait around for people to arrive and for us to let them check in, when we could easily just give them a call, make sure that they are agreeing to our rules. For example, no parties allowed. Make sure that they're not going to be loud after a certain time. We already do that. We make sure that these guests who come in are not going to be a problem for the city and for our neighbors. So when it comes to parties, we absolutely make sure that we put a stop to that. We do not allow anyone to have any parties, and when we get a complaint from a neighbor, we make sure that we call them and put a stop to it. So I think that by putting these new rules and punishing some of us who are already taking care of that, you are punishing the people who are taking care of those issues when it happens. So in regards to the 5-night minimum, you are also discriminating against people like myself who, when I travel, I make sure that I rent a small house. I go to Airbnb and make sure that I have a place for my entire family where I can, host all of them and make sure that I get a good rates, so that I'm not spending a lot of money on a vacation, because I can't afford, more than $1,000 to vacation with my family. It's just not possible. So I think regulation is good when it protects people, but some of these rules do not protect anyone. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Kimberly of Vacation Rentals by Kimberly, and I've been in this engagement for 11 years now, born and raised here in La Costa. I'm opposed to the 5-night minimum. According to industry data, the average length of stay in the county of San Diego is only 3.4 nights, so this excludes a lot of people. Furthermore, most of the people that are in our homes are families, and they can't travel for 5 nights in the off-season. Their kids are in school. So our renters that normally would go to Encinitas are now going to go to Carlsbad, Oceanside, Del Mar, City of San Diego, where there is no minimum length of stay restriction. I believe that a CEQA review or an environmental impact report needs to be done. Leslie Devaney worked in Del Mar. She knows that the city was ordered to do those studies when we went before the Coastal Commission. So I think that's probably going to be a requirement. Because there's going to be less TOT money, which means we're not going to have as much money for sand replacement, for trash removal, for code enforcement. Furthermore, low-income families will not be able to afford to stay at the beach in Encinitas anymore because they can't afford 5 nights. Along with everybody else, most of our families are not staying 5 nights, maybe during the summer, Thanksgiving, Christmas, but not in the off-season. Are the hotels going to be upheld to this standard? If not, this is a form of discrimination. We pay TOT just like they do. So I better hope that they're going to have a 5-night minimum too. And if not, why? Why is this being brought to the table anyways? What is the point in a 5-night minimum? Why? Like the Greenwald said, let's uphold the current rules. We already have rules in place, but nothing's being done with them. Let's uphold the current rules. Fix the problems. Self-check-in, superimposed. Again, why? Are the hotels going to have to do self-check-in where they walk us to the rooms? If not, is this discrimination? It's too costly for people like me who manage homes to wait for people to get off planes that are delayed for traffic. And it's COVID. We're in a pandemic. Nobody wants to meet with people. We have a barrier up. Are we going to put a barrier at the front door?
Thank
What
you for
other
your
cities are doing
comments.
this? Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Tyler Reed. Is Tyler here? Okay, and Tyler will be followed by Brian Whitlock, Tim Shepstone, and then Dave Mark.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'll go through this quick. Excuse my voice, I just surfed in this horrible water and now I have a sinus infection. So, real quickly, I'm born and raised here. I went to high school with Kelly Hinsey, who is your board member. Went to Oakcrest, grew up around here, and through some business things, I was able to come up on my own house through my own means, and now I have an Airbnb rental as part of that. I live on site. My mom, I've hired her to be my manager just to kind of split the load with me as far as all the ins and outs of everything, and she used to work in the hotel industry for 20 years, so basically, we kill it. Like everything we do as an Airbnb, we have 100% 5 stars. Like the other woman said, we vet everybody rigorously. We see, exactly who everybody's coming in on the Ring cameras. I'm just going to say everything that everybody already said. But we don't do auto bookings. We want to know who's coming. All that stuff is very important. We have a 3-night minimum. I understand how a smaller place would have a less of a night minimum because it might be one person who's traveling. They're just stopping off, like a doctor going to do surgery at Scripps or something, like she said. So I understand that. In my instance, it's not that way. We have a 3 and we're happy with it. 5 would kill us. It's would be so detrimental. So highly against that. Super pro Ring cameras. Like we can see everybody that comes in. My mom, checks everybody if somebody else comes with luggage, she's on it. You know what I mean? So we have a full detailed list that people sign. They have to acknowledge all of our house rules. It's like 3 or 4 pages. We have it all covered. So we pay a ton of transient occupancy tax. Blah blah blah. Sorry. We're friends with all of our neighbors. We haven't had any issues.
Thank you,
In fact,
sir. Thank you.
we have had all of them have friends and family stay with us. Lastly, really quick, take it out on the problem hosts. Don't blanket punish everybody as a whole because for responsible hosts like us, things are working out just fine and the neighbors and local businesses are thriving.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Whitlock, followed by Tim Shepstone, followed by Dave Mark.
Hi there, I'm Brian Whitlock. It's nice to meet you all. I actually just moved to Encinitas with my wife and started my family. So we've got a 5-month-old. We bought an owner-occupied duplex and we started doing Airbnb on it. And the things that I'm opposed to are really not having to meet that person in person to check them in. We've got a lockbox as well, and it's one of those things where even though we live on premises, it's going to be difficult for us to see those people every time they come. We live right next to them, so it should be okay. And it sounds like the benefit, what I'm hearing from everybody is that there are problem Airbnbs and problem houses, but they're probably managed by larger companies, and it'll be easier for them to just send an employee to go meet those people, right? I don't have that benefit. If my wife and I are at dinner and somebody's late, it's going to be difficult to meet them in person and give them a key. The other one is the 5-night minimum is going to be a struggle for us because if you have somebody staying for 2 or 3 nights, like everybody reiterated, you then lose an entire week if you can't have them coming from Monday to Friday. We just put ours up, and I got a permit through the city. I'm going to be paying the tax that's 10%. I just feel like those 2 items within the new provisions are a little bit more difficult for us that are, just starting our lives and our family here in Encinitas, which we love.
Thank you.
Good evening, council and staff. Thanks for having us here tonight. I'm representing whole home STRs. I know there's been a lot of speakers here with ADUs, private rooms, all of those things. My wife and I actually bought a duplex in Leucadia a couple years ago, and we bought it while we renovated our primary home and lived in it for 2 years. We did not intend to do a vacation rental in it, but we thought it would be a good opportunity to be very close and see what it was like. For 2 years, we operated it while living right next door. And when we moved out, it's been 1.5 years, and we've had the same number of complaints, 0. Encinitas is not a party town. The people we get here are families. Having these whole home STRs gives families an opportunity to vacation in our town. Without that, they don't have a choice. There is no option to go with a hotel if you've got 2 or 3 kids trying to stay in 1 or 2 rooms, especially when they're $500, $600, $700 a night. This gives people an opportunity to stay as a family as they would in their own homes on vacation. We offer high chairs, pack and plays, beach toys, and other amenities that are helpful for families. We state in our rules and regulations, this is not a party house. There is 0 tolerance for noise. And we will not accept people that are going to do otherwise. We use Airbnbs when we travel as a family because that's the only way we can do it. Getting 2 hotel rooms, usually not an option. This is a way that we can stay together as a family and enjoy our time on our vacation. So I am very much opposed to a 5-day minimum. That would kill a lot of weekend trips for families. We get a lot of local-ish, LA, Orange County, Arizona that come in for just a few days, and that would kill a huge part of our business. No self-check-in would be absolutely disastrous as well. In summary, if you have 160 illegal Airbnbs, I suggest you go after them rather than those of us following the rules.
Yeah. Dave Mark. Is there a Dave Mark? Followed by, let's see, Christina Kummerfeld. Followed by Brenda St. Pierre, followed by Donnie McQuiston.
Hi, I just started a business recently in March. I purchased with my husband like 2 years ago a property at duplex that is like would be considered whole home. It's 2 small apartments stacked. We are very visible we are on Birmingham and Oxford. It's a beautiful house. We love it, and it's like my baby. It's my business, and I took time to raise my kids. I work really hard. I pay top dollars for the property alone, and now I pay taxes for 10% for each person that comes. And I'm opposed to 5 days minimum because as new business with no reviews, I started from 0. I had no other choice than started to allow people to know my place, my business, to enjoy my place. It's a beautiful place, and I want other people to enjoy it. Now, from the point that, as speaking from people that travel, when Airbnb came on the market, people and my friends always went because they wanted to go in neighborhoods and visit different countries and live like the people there, experience their neighborhoods. And we are assuming that everyone is, like intent and is going to destroy or party, but it's not that way. I love the opportunity to go and being in a house that, no offense to those people that live by, I just don't like to have people, when I pay, I obey by the rules, I respect other people's property, but I don't want people to survey me because I grew up in communism, and that's really brings bad memories to me. So I don't want that. So I always want to not have people to survey me or to meet with them or follow them. I do have
Thank you, ma'am.
rules that say sign and say read and say sign, and most of them say apply for.
Thank you for your
obeyed.
comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Sampierre, and my husband and I bought our first house in Encinitas in 1983, and then proceeded to have 4 children in less than 5 years. So we had to move to a bigger house. We were able to keep it and turned it into well, first it was a long-term rental, and then we turned it into a short-term rental. And I'm very much in support of permits, TOT, notifying neighbors, being responsible, good neighbor policies. I think every reasonable person here is in support of all those things. What I'm opposed to is the 5-day minimum and to the in-person guest requirement. And the barbecue thing, I can't even imagine that that's really a rule. But I guess instead of giving you my experience as a vacation rental person, and by the way, I also, because I was pretty good at this, I managed 2 other whole homes in Encinitas for friends and neighbors. So I managed 3 whole home offsite, like I don't live at any of them, and have had no problems. But I guess my advice, having 4 kids in less than 5 years, first 3 were boys. I was a teenage mom for probably 10 years, managing teenagers. You gotta make fair and reasonable rules, and then you have to enforce the fair and reasonable rules, or you look really silly. So please think about what activity you're trying to discourage by a 5-night minimum, what activity you're trying to discourage by having people meet in person, and then make sure that you're able to, whatever rules you make, you're able to enforce them, or you just really look silly. And we're all here to be respectful. We all want to be part of the solution. But you've got to enforce the rules and make sure the people who break them have consequences. Or, like, it's just parenting 101. So my kids are all out of the house, and I'm just left with the dog.
And then, Mayor, that does conclude speakers. And then I have 2 individuals, Ariana Kummerfeld. Are you here, Ariana? And David Volk, who...
I gave him one, and he said you can't speak unless you have an individual, which is unconstitutional.
You can go ahead and
Do
speak.
you support that?
You can speak.
Just go ahead and make your comments, sir.
Go ahead and speak.
Just say whatever you want to say. I thank you for the opportunity to come before you. It's a privilege. I understand that. And I appreciate each of the council members, and I appreciate the mayor, regardless of the talk and rumors or whatever goes on about the council. You are charged with the responsibility to enact the laws and be the responsible body that controls what goes on. And we respect you for doing that and taking the courage to do that, because it takes courage to be in your position. We understand that. And we also appreciate the sheriffs who are here and everyone that's connected, and the people in the audience just listening and watching you and looking at your demeanor and your acumen and your nomenclature. They want to see what kind of council we have. This is a world-class city, and you kind of get the drift of it now. And you got people here who are willing to back up their words with action. And so you're going to be put to the test to do the right thing for the right reason or do the wrong thing for the wrong reasons. And so I'm not taking sides on either point, although I do agree with the majority, and I hope you do too. And whoever governs what goes on in the universe and whoever governs your behavior, I hope you calculate the cost. These people are serious. And they're like the as they put it, patriotics back in the day. Do you know what I mean? Give me liberty, give me death, don't violate me, or there's consequences. And so I look forward to your wisdom. And part of that wisdom is knowing, actually, since this lady brought up the chicken and the egg, is which came first, the chicken or the egg? Do any of you know? I'd be interested if someone knows. They said there's no answer, but I think there is. Okay, so I think I had 2 minutes, and if I didn't, I would donate it, but I think you said you can't donate, so if that rule is functional, then I won't donate, but I suggest, I reviewed the law, I heard you testify, and many of these rules are unconstitutional, and federal action would make you do the right thing. God bless you.
That concludes speakers.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a little break here, and then we'll come back and talk about this. So thank you so much for all of you who've given your testimony, and we'll be back in, let's take 15 minutes. So that would be 8:50.
Well, guess what? Before the year is out, everybody.
As soon as I got back from the stage, she's a little prissy pants, but I could tell by the way she
downstairs unit.
Did you see the new podium? It doesn't go up or down.
All right, everybody, we're going to get back to this. I know you're all waiting around here, so let's sit back down. Okay. So are you ready, City Clerk, with the recording? Okay. So thank you again for everybody who came out tonight. You know, this is a topic that has inspired a lot of feedback, both over email and I've spoken on the phone to people. I know the subcommittee has worked really hard on this. The staff has been working on it. All of you came out tonight. And so I know that my colleagues are going to have a number of things they want to say, but just in order to organize this and try to move it forward, I wanted to just pose a couple of questions that in your comments I'm hoping that you as my colleagues will answer. So one of them is the question of whether to have owner occupied be different in terms of like a minimum stay. And I might suggest that just we start with an idea that owner occupied would not have a minimum stay requirement, but that the whole home would have like a 3-day minimum stay. So we would move off of the 5-day and go down, but owner occupied would not have any minimum stay. So if my colleagues could address those two questions, what you think about that. I think it's also important that we think about what owner occupied means, because there were a number of people who came and had the experience of saying they were renting their accessory dwelling unit. So I think considering owner as like the APN number that you would have on your property, and then also to have an option for evaluation of adjacency that staff could do. So like if somebody owns a duplex and they're renting the one duplex or the condo that's right next to them, that could be considered as an evaluation for owner occupancy. Because, you know, the point of that is to say that it is being more policed and regulated by the person who owns it and is right next to it and is on site. So I think that's something that, you know, we really have to address as a top thing. I think there are a couple other things that are important that I'd like to hear from my colleagues on that were addressed by the public. So like and maybe staff needs to answer this, but what was the thought behind the lock boxes? Because it does seem like that is a bit unnecessary and a bit of an overreach. So, and I want to just, if you could just like answer a few of these questions about like the lock boxes and then also the barbecue, that kind of thing. Because barbecue is written not as a prohibition, but as a possible prohibition or a regulation. So I just wanted to understand what staff intent was when you put that in.
Hi, to answer your question regarding the self-check-in, that regulation was proposed in order to have the face-to-face interaction with the tenants, with the occupants, and to ensure that they are limited to the number that are able to rent the property. the maximum capacity, that their vehicles are limited to the maximum number that are permitted on site, and also to provide them with the rules and the good neighbor policy in person and distribute that to them in person. With respect to the barbecue regulation, that was a fire safety regulation that was incorporated. And that, like you said, does not prohibit the use of barbecues. It just prohibits or restricts the use of barbecues to areas that are not likely to catch on fire. For instance, they have to be moved away from a deck. They also have to be moved away from the building. So they are permitted to be used. They just have to be used in a safe manner.
Okay, and what about the prohibition on off-street parking?
The prohibition on off-street parking was based on a number of complaints that the city has received regulating parking, and the fact that we believe that there is on-site parking available that should be provided to the renters, and they should not be taking up off-site parking spots that can be used for neighbors, or that would be blocking neighbors' access to their property or their driveways.
Okay, yeah, I mean, blocking is different than just using an existing off-street parking spot. So yeah, clearly you can't block your neighbor's driveway, but those seem to be different issues. But so you're just saying that if there is on-street parking or on-site parking, they need to use it, but if there isn't?
If there is no on-site parking available, then I believe the regulations provide for the owner to discuss and work with staff on an off-site parking plan. That must be considered and approved by the city.
Okay. Okay, and then, so if my colleagues can be writing down these topics so you could address them. And so then the other thing is campers. So why were we prohibiting campers on property?
I believe that the RVs, campers prohibited on property, were to discourage people from occupying those and increasing the number of guests that were on site so that they would not be occupied while people were also staying inside the facility.
I see, okay. And then what about the necessity to post on the property that it's an Airbnb?
That was to, and forgive me, I'm trying to recall discussions with staff about this as well. That was to allow neighbors to become aware that the property is operating as an Airbnb in case they have, or as a short-term rental, I'm sorry, in case they have complaints. They may feel discouraged from going and contacting the occupants of the rental, or even calling, calling on the occupants of the rental. So they have the ability to be aware that that property is operating as a short-term rental, and it should provide the number of occupants that are able to be there, as well as the number of vehicles that are able to be there, as well as a 24/7 contact number if they would like to reach out to the owner rather than addressing the problem themselves.
Okay.
An alternative for that also that could be proposed is, rather than, I'm not sure if the sign is to be on site at all times or just during the rental period. It's during the rental period, okay.
And that's currently a rule. That's a requirement right now. That's not new, is it?
I think you're right, yeah.
Yes, they shall affix the short-term rental permit on the inside of the main entry door. Okay, sorry, that was the, and then there is an exterior display of the short-term rental shall be displayed. That is a current rule.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Okay. Okay, so I think that it is important that we prioritize the good actors and focus on the bad actors. And to me, it seems like much of this ordinance is designed to do that. That's really one of the main goals of this. I think that this question of the minimum stay and the difference between owner-occupied and not owner-occupied is really critical that we talk about tonight. There are two other things, though, that I really want to address as well that are maybe less acute, but we would need to bring back at a future time. But I do see vacation rentals as a really important part of being able to provide access to our city for renters and also for the relationships that are built between the hosts and the renters, given the different circumstances that people have. And people have talked about that tonight with international guests and families. And I know that it is it's part of being a welcoming community. It's part of providing access. There's a different experience than people have in a hotel. And it is something we really want to provide as an amenity in our city. We also want to control for neighborhood disturbances and complaints, and we want to solve for that. When the question is, why are you doing this? We want to solve for that, and I think that we have received complaints about this over time that have continued to trickle in kind of unabated, which is why we have a subcommittee and why we have this ordinance, and we're moving forward with this. There's also, though, the reality that there are communities that have become completely overrun with vacation rentals because they're so lucrative that renters, tenants who might be living in the community, are pushed out in favor of hotel rooms in neighborhoods. And so I am concerned about the potential effect of that in the city of Encinitas because we are so high income and highly desirable and next to the ocean. And the staff report says that we have 394, so almost 400 that are registered, but then another 159 that are unregistered, which is a number that definitely concerns me. I think we need to be highly focused on getting that group into the registered category for every reason. But there's no good reason to have a laissez-faire attitude toward that group. But it also, results in the reality that there are more than 500 rental or short-term vacation rentals in the city currently, which is about 2.2% of our housing stock. And so I would like to be able to have a conversation about capping the number of vacation rentals, not to the extent that it would take away from people currently doing it, but that we wouldn't create more and more and more of them. Because there are places like Mission Beach, Mission Bay that have 30% vacation rentals as is going to be their cap. The city of San Diego is talking about a 1% cap in areas that are outside of that Mission Bay area. So 1%, would be a substantial reduction, which we could try to approximate through basically attrition. But I also think it's not necessarily a problem to say we want to cap it at 2.5% of our housing stock, or we want to have some amount so that we don't end up with a really substantial overconcentration of vacation rentals. And I also just want to mention this in part in context of having read a really long article about homelessness in Venice Beach. And when we talk about homelessness, there's always the example of Venice Beach, which is absolutely a nightmare because you have so many high-end homes and then you have the shanty towns and the tents that are lining the beach area. And this long article was describing the number of rentals that were turned into vacation rentals really quickly. I mean, thousands have become short-term vacation rentals. And I don't want that to happen in the city of Encinitas. I think that that's something that's just a potential that's not a current reality, but it could become exponential, and that's something that is really important that we don't have. So I wanted to float to my colleagues today the idea that staff could bring back to us an overall cap, either a hard cap of numbers, which would be more than that currently exist, or a percentage of housing stock, with the hopes of trying to keep it under control in our city so that we still do provide the mix. We have the ability to have vacation rentals, but we also have long-term rentals for people who can live and work in our community. So that's something I'd also hopefully like to hear from my colleagues on. And then the last thing was the question of over-concentration on certain streets like Neptune. I feel like we do have complaints about that, particularly on Neptune, and how neighborhoods stop being neighborhoods when there are too many vacation rentals altogether. I haven't heard a good suggestion for how to manage that, so I'd be open to hearing from staff or from my colleagues if this is an issue or concern that you think we should be talking about. This is the time when we're talking about vacation rentals. Vacation rentals, I think, in any city that's dealing with it are really difficult and controversial because there's always a lot of different ways you can look at it and a lot of different interests to balance. So while we're talking about this, I think this is the time to have that talk about whether there is a concern about overconcentration. And we've dealt with this in other contexts, like with sober living homes, where we had a lot of conversation about not having like one cul-de-sac filled with many sober living homes all next to each other, because we are trying to provide neighborhoods in residential areas. And that is what people expect when they move into them as well. So, and we know sober living homes have a good, they help people who need it, but we're trying to make sure we protect the communities and the neighborhood feel and the quiet and peace and everything that people expect in their neighborhoods. So I guess those are the two additional things that haven't been as much addressed today, and I know staff would need to come back with that, but the question of an overall citywide maximum and then concern about overconcentration in specific streets or neighborhoods. So I'll go ahead and call on you, and thank you again to my colleagues who served on the subcommittee. I don't know if the subcommittee members want to speak first. I know Councilmember Mosca has put his name in first, but if they did want to, is it okay with you, Councilmember? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Mosca.
Well, so I first want to thank my council colleague, Deputy Mayor Kranz, and Council Member Lyons for their service on the subcommittee. Also want to thank all of you guys for your feedback today, because that's going to make our job a little bit lighter, trying to craft an ordinance that makes the most amount of sense for our community. As somebody said, what is the problem and how do you address that problem? That is obviously the job of us as policymakers, to address the problem and try to solve that problem. So it sounds like there's a couple different things going on here. One is the quality of life issue that may be related to short-term rentals, and also the overconcentration, the fact that there are more and more short-term rentals that may be driving up the cost of some of the homes and decreasing in the number of affordable homes on the market. What I'd like to do is focus for a second on the quality of life issues, because I think that's something that's top of mind for many people. And I think as it relates to concentration, over-concentration, and other issues related to whether it's displacing affordable rental or sale units, I think that I don't necessarily feel like I have enough information on that. I feel like there is some information, but I think that we could explore that more, that it probably would need more information. And so I think that I've heard over the last several months that we've been discussing this, and even previously, the trash, the loud noise, the parties, the number of people, the number of cars on our street. And it really does seem to me that it is in a very particular part of the city. I represent the eastern portion of the city, and a lot of the complaints normally come from the western portion of the city, more around Neptune and some of those areas around the coast, where people are coming in and spending some time really enjoying the beautiful ocean. So, I do think that that we're seeing it more in some parts of our city and less in other parts of our city. I just had some questions that I want to start off with, some brief questions, and that were raised in some of the staff report. One would be, the first question would be about the insurance. So we set it at $1 million. Can you let me know why we would have, why the $1 million mark? Why is that really kind of getting, again, the problem that we're trying to solve is making sure that we don't have these large parties, these loud noises, trash in the street, just getting to how are these short-term rentals being good neighbors? And so I'm trying to figure out what is the reasonable standard here for insurance? Is this a new standard, or was it always $1 million?
Thank you, Councilmember Mosca. The $1 million limit is standard for most of our permits in terms of insurance liability limitations, so that is standard.
All right, and that's what we ask right now.
We don't require that currently, but we are proposing to include that provision.
All right, so we're moving that up because we believe that that's what we need. What was the experience that led us to believe that it should be $1 million as opposed to what it is today?
Just based on the feedback we received in terms of the concerns from neighbors, especially for units, the duplex units, where there's 2 units on one property, is that concern related to the liability of having tenants on properties. So,
all right. I do sense that there's a difference between the homeowner occupied, or if you're adjacent to the house or you have an ADU or something like that, you're a neighbor and you understand the city and there's some social contract, there's some social responsibilities that you have, as opposed to potentially complete investor who doesn't live in the city and is just seeking to maximize profits. I'm not sure, did the subcommittee explore this, and is this a distinction? I don't know if the attorneys kind of looked at this. Why didn't we draw this distinction? And even when we did have an opportunity to draw it, we said, we'll leave this to another time to kind of discuss. Is there a distinction to be drawn, a reasonable distinction between homeowner occupied and folks that are not, units that are not homeowner occupied but are investment properties? Is that a reasonable distinction? Is it a discriminatory distinction?
It's not.
So I could say that in terms of minimum stays, I could say that one minimum stay applies to the homeowner occupied as opposed to the others.
That's correct.
All right. And then so correct me. So we say we want minimum stays because we think that if you have like no minimum stay, that it's more likely than not that you're going to have people that are coming in just for potential party. If you have no minimum stay at all, you have a person coming in for potentially one night, and that heavy turnover, and there's a higher possibility or potential for partying or loud noise, or what's the association with less nights, less days, less nights, and more of the activity that we don't want?
I would say that it's not necessarily the parties. That is a part of a lot of the complaints, but also the disruption in that changeover, as one of the commenters did talk about, of the more the trash, coming in and out, and all the changing coming in and out between the different occupants was discussed. But again, you could have separate hosted versus non-hosted minimum night stays. It was just a suggested number based on what neighboring cities have provided.
All right, I think that's important that you can actually draw a distinction. And I think that's something, if we're basically trying to, kind of say that we're trying to get to that point where it's the good neighbor. It's you're running a business, but you're running it within the four corners of your house, and the neighbor down the road can't tell that you're actually running that business and you're being a good neighbor, and there are courtesies. If there's not, how do we actually get to that point? And I think that that's important. And if you actually have somebody that's a neighbor and they're on site, I think that should be there should be a difference. I think the signs, again, the signs to me, like that, I guess you can send out notice, but for me, the signs would basically put the neighborhood on notice that it is a short-term rental. And it would allow people to kind of, neighbors to kind of help regulate this. So if there is a problem, if there are too many cars, they know based on the sign what that unit is what it's allowed to have in terms of people, cars, all that stuff, and a number to call if in fact that house is violating those rules. So I do think that the sign seems reasonable to me, that you would actually have a sign that allows people to be on notice that it's a short-term rental. And then if there's behavior that's not neighborly, that they're able to report that, and they have a line, a telephone number to actually call. I am still trying to understand that I didn't initially think that having somebody on site to check people in would be a problem, but everybody here, it almost sounds like 80% of people think that it's a problem. Even the folks that, like the woman who stood up, and I'm sorry who it was, I forget who it was, but somebody said, we had all these different people from all these different parts of the world come to our house, but I still am opposed to ever seeing them or checking them in. And it seemed kind of, I think like for me, I didn't think that it was an issue because I thought that if you're able to check this person in, and could it be like, do you have to check them in exactly as soon as they arrive, or can it be like within a reasonable amount of time?
It could be whatever the council desires.
Because it seems to me that it's a good way of actually observing your guest and understanding, making that connection with your guest and instilling in them what the local rules are and what the expectations are. And so that seems like I'm open to hearing what other people say. It seemed like a really reasonable restriction regulation, but it sounded like everybody else here said it was going to be a problem to comply with. I think the off-site parking, I think that to the greatest extent possible, especially since a lot of the short-term rentals seem to be on the west side where parking is a premium, I think short-term rentals should park their own guests on their own spots. I don't think that we should be encouraging off-site parking. If you could legally park your RV at your house, I don't think that should change if you're a short-term rental. I think if you can legally park it, then you can legally park it. If your neighbor can legally park their RV, then they should be able to park their RV, as long as they're obviously not adding guests and some people are sleeping in their RV. But I do think we need more information in terms of the overconcentration, and we may actually see that there's a bit more of an overconcentration on the west side, especially around Neptune. All right, those are some of the questions and thoughts that I have right now, but I have more to ask and share later.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. What I want to do is talk about it in terms of I think there's three kind of overarching things we are talking about and organizing in our thoughts today. One of them is Title IX and what we want to address as far as this ordinance, and that's what we're talking about today. Another one is what we could do in the future that's outside of what we're talking about today. And the final one is enforcement. And I think all those are important as we move forward. So I'll start with the Title IX revisions. I have a few comments that I want to emphasize that my colleagues have already made, and at least one additional one. One is, I was really glad to hear all the testimony today from the short-term rental owners and operators who have had such a good experience with it and are already honestly doing many of these things we're proposing. So when Deputy Mayor Kranz and I had public involvement during our subcommittee, we didn't quite hear that broadly from the community of people who are really having no problems. Because you think about it, really the people who might be having problems were the more vocal at that time. So thank you for coming out and sharing with us that you're doing these things already and you find that you're doing it successfully. But I do want to talk about the number of nights, and I also want to talk about the self-check-in in regards to, I think that both of those are tied to whether it's a whole home rental or an owner-occupied rental. And our first speaker, Randy Boyer, said it very nicely, I thought, and that is that if you have the owner on site, you already have enforcement. And I like that. I think that's a really simple way of looking at it. So let's define what on-site is. And as Mayor Blakespear said, what is on-site? Let's define what that is. And then as far as the on-site, the owner-occupied, I would say perhaps not a limit on nights. And then also that in-person check-in is not required. So those two things for if you're owner-occupied. And then if you're a whole house rental, then I would propose the number of night limit be 3 days or 3 nights. And also that in-person check-in would be required. Now, I say those things because I think the enforcement or the communication is less likely to occur when it is a whole house rental. I was kind of questioning the barbecue myself, and I appreciate the feedback on fire safety, and it seems like that's a reasonable approach to go forward. I do want to say, though, that our feedback from the community so far regarding parking has been that parking really can be an issue, and it really depends a little bit on your situation, on your neighborhood, and on your property. So I think we really want to pay a little bit more attention to the parking in that we give the property an opportunity to demonstrate how it's going to park, because it's not a one-size-fits-all. You may have enough parking on your site, or you may need to find other accommodations. But I think that parking should be something that we capture in how we're revising this ordinance. The one thing I want to bring up that I haven't heard my colleagues say yet is the item about adjoining duplexes. And the way the staff report was written said that you were looking for input on adjoining duplexes. I believe, and from the testimony I've gotten through this whole process, that when you do have a situation where you have a duplex and one side homeowner has a short-term vacation rental and the other doesn't, that is a conflict in that they share common space. And I believe it's the best way to go forward to require that you get the approval, or to require that you go through the process. You're not able to get a registered short-term vacation rental unless you get the approval of the adjoining property owner. And that seems like the best way to go forward as far as protecting everyone's rights when it comes to an adjoining duplex owner. Regarding the longer-term objectives, I'm entirely aligned with Mayor Blakespear and Councilmember Mosca in that limiting the number of short-term rentals in the community is something we should talk about. And I'm really sensitive to the fact that the number of rentals in our community might be threatened to be reduced for affordable housing if we go too far in the direction of converting them to short-term rentals. We always have to balance the needs of the whole, and that's one area that in the future and hopefully in the near future, we should look at what we need to put in place so that we continue to keep the character and the quality of life we have in the community at large. Other ideas are to identify a minimum distance, one short-term vacation rental from another, so that that there's not a clustering of short-term rentals near each other. Just some food for thought as we move forward to try to manage, from a land use perspective, how the short-term rentals can be located throughout a community. And perhaps another thing to look at is the number of short-term rentals in any specific neighborhood. And so then you have to get into, well, what is a neighborhood? But I'm just trying to think big picture, how to solve the problem of perhaps there being way too many short-term vacation rentals in one specific neighborhood. So I want to give that feedback to the group and food for thought. One thing we aren't talking about too much tonight, and I think we all know this is something we need to be really strident about, and that is enforcement. And so as we move forward with clarifying both the Title I revisions and also some long-term revisions, I would really like to drill down into the details of what type or what level of enforcement is going to be the most effective to achieve the objectives we're trying to achieve, and then look really critically at, do we have the right resources in place to achieve that? So those are two simple ways to look at enforcement, but I know we already have some great data. I think it's part of this conversation. It's almost like we don't want to do any of this if we don't think we can enforce it. So I think it becomes part of this conversation, and that's why I'm bringing it up as something we should consider at the same time and just make sure we're doing the right thing.
Okay, thank you. I wrote down your comments too. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who came out tonight and has sent emails and participated in some of the subcommittee meetings that we had. It's been quite a conversation, and I think that it has been very useful to hear from you all. I will say that as we were developing the ordinance to put in the staff report, one of the conversations that we had related to the length of stay. And I remember suggesting that maybe we could leave the number of days, just put a little underline, and that we would hear the conversation tonight and establish what that should be. It was preferred that we actually pick a number. We picked a number, and maybe if we had said 3, we would have had half as many people show up tonight to talk, because that would have probably been more acceptable than 5. So that's kind of how some of the work went. But this is, to me, about the peaceful enjoyment of one's property. And yet we've had a lot of people come and argue that they should have the right to use their property however they wish. And the impact of that on the neighbors has been significant in some cases. And so our goal, my goal, has been to try and seek some balance between people who want to have a business of renting a room in their home, a ADU, or a piece of property that they purchase for the purpose of generating money, revenue, business in a single-family residential neighborhood. So, I'm not begrudging anybody who wants to do that, but I do expect that in the operation of that business, there will be some consideration for the neighbors and the peaceful enjoyment of their property as well. So that's what we're trying to, in my opinion, reaching balance is the goal. And I do see some similarities between this issue here and one that we tackled when I first got on the council in 2013, having to do with alcohol serving establishments. And there was a lot of dissatisfaction with the behavior of stupid drunks in downtown Encinitas. And so we tried a number of different ways to manage that. And, we heard from a lot of good operators who didn't have a problem with that. They didn't serve they didn't overserve anyone. But there were other establishments that had a problem with that. There was money to be made, and they were doing everything they could to make that money. So we ended up in a situation where we adopted what is known as a deemed approved ordinance. And so for me, this is a similar situation in that we're trying to look at our ordinance relating to short-term rentals and put some tools in place that allow us to enforce nuisance issues much more effectively. And so to Councilmember Lyons' point, yes, ultimately this is boiled down to how effective we can be at enforcement. So that said, I think that I've made a list of things. One is I do think we should be making a distinction between short-term rentals in single-family neighborhoods versus those neighborhoods that or those those short-term rental units that might be in visitors serving commercial, because there are some short-term rentals that are in those neighborhoods. So I don't know how we make that distinction. I would also say that the way we treat hotels, in fact, should be different than the way we treat short-term rentals, because they are a hotel. They are in a visitor serving commercial zone. They cater to much more transient generally, and so one night is pretty common, I think. We do have some of those hotels in the city, and I think that it's important that we continue to see their business grow. The other issue has to do with, Tom Cousins brought it up, this question of data and the amount of data that we have. The reality is that there are a bunch of people who are disturbed, their peace is disturbed, who don't take the time to call the city and make a code enforcement complaint. And that's because they have to give their name, it takes time, they just want the nuisance to go away. And some cases it does on its own, but they've experienced the nuisance. So it's one of the challenges that we've had, and it's one of the reasons why ultimately we brought this issue to the council. So I would tend to agree with, I think I've heard a general consensus that establishing different classes of short-term rental proprietors is a good idea. And we did talk about it at the subcommittee, doing a owner-occupied, making that distinction. But I think ultimately, my recollection is we decided to just move forward with a single ordinance that essentially addressed everybody that is in the business and has a permit. And I think from a lot of the testimony that I've heard tonight, it seems pretty clear that we should create the two classes. There's the owner-occupied, and there's the whole home, managed properties, investor-owned. And so I'm not sure what the staff would recommend in terms of making those distinctions, establishing those classes, but I would like to see us pursue that direction. The lock boxes or the electronic keys, I think that there are some situations where that would be important, but I, in listening to you speak tonight, I can also see where that could create a problem. So I think Councilmember Mosca was asking questions about whether there's another way to manage that, either, within a certain time frame that you meet your guests. But I also get the impression that there are a significant number of short-term rental proprietors who really are okay with not actually meeting their guests. If they're not causing any problems, then they don't feel the need to actually meet them. So maybe they've met them through email, maybe they've talked to them on the phone, a number of tools and techniques that they use. And I really appreciate the efforts that some of you have gone to make this business be as unimpactful as possible on your neighbors. And then the other note that I would like to make is that the city does receive significant revenue from short-term rentals and TOT, but from where I sit, it's much more important quality of life issues for all of our residents. And so if some of the changes that we make here ends up causing a drop in those TOT revenues, then I think that we will survive that. But my goal would be to establish a balance that allowed the vast majority of you to continue to operate the way you are, and we address the issues related to nuisances. So, and I do appreciate all the work that staff did. I think that this is a pretty good first shot, and with these, some of these, changes, that I think we could end up in a pretty good place. Did I answer all the questions that you had?
Well, yeah, so I just wanted to clarify, for the owner-occupied, if we had, so basically, the way that I'm reading this ordinance, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that this is largely designed to address the fact that we need stronger regulatory language in order to have better compliance. It's basically aimed at the bad actors, that the people who don't have any complaints and are not interacting with the city, really, a lot of this won't affect them at all. The areas that would affect them are the minimum stay and the lockbox and some of those things. So I want to return to that, Deputy Mayor. But basically, I mean, what I might suggest is that we do adopt this, because a lot of the things in here should apply to owner-occupied or not. Like, for example, that they have to update their application if there's a change in the information, that it prohibits the transfer of a short-term rental permit. Some of this stuff is just, it's getting, this was passed in, what was it, 2003 or something originally? Like, it's getting this up to a standard where we can actually enforce it, and it's reasonable expectations that.
It has a universal application.
Exactly. So I might suggest that we do adopt this with certain changes. So the changes would be around the question of, for owner-occupied, do we want to say that there is no minimum night requirement? So like to say they can rent it for one night only if it's owner-occupied. And then to talk about, for non-owner occupied, do we want to set it not at 5, but at 3? So that's.
Yeah, and I think that's the right approach. It was interesting to hear just how many already have their own minimums set up.
Right.
And so, that's good.
But it's also interesting that I would draw attention to what the staff said, which was that I thought originally when we were talking about a minimum, that there's a higher propensity that if you have a day or 2 days, there's a higher propensity for those folks to be coming in just partying. And then that partying is gonna have the associated loud noise, trash, lots of beer bottles, lots of cars, lots of people and stuff like that. But staff was also saying that there may be that, but it's also that you have incredible amounts of turnover. So there's cleaning, there's cars coming in to clean the units, they're doing a bunch of stuff. And so that's got universal application as well. And so, I think.
That's whole home, right?
Well, but the issue is like.
That's going to be both owner occupied or not.
But
so
wait,
if you're homeowner occupied, you're still, I think.
Wait, let us talk to each other. Okay, but so let me just address head on what you're saying. I think the point is that if someone's in the home and they're renting out that room, that if that car is parking in their driveway, that person is in their home, they're putting trash in their trash can. So the concerns about the effect on the neighbors is not going to spill over when it's owner occupied. So it's not just about the partying, but the reality is that problem doesn't really exist when it's within the person's home and they're living there. And I mean, to me, that makes sense.
I could see in the example of, I guess, I think that to Joy's point too, when we basically define what that means in terms of home owner occupied, because on the one extreme, if you're basically renting out a room, then I could see that you could very easily clean that room without any disruption to the neighboring area. But then if you say that the ADU, which our ADUs can be up to 1,200 square feet, that I think in some situations you could actually be experiencing the same type of disruption on a neighborhood, especially if it's some of the denser areas of the western portion of the city, the same type of disruption that you could be experiencing in one that is not homeowner occupied as well. I just draw that distinction because I do think that there are some commonalities there as well.
Right. But for the purposes of moving forward with this, do we feel like we have consensus on this first thing, which is owner occupied, no minimum, and non-owner occupied is three-night minimum?
I'm comfortable with that, yeah.
Okay. You're comfortable with that, Deputy Mayor? Okay. So the next question is this lockbox issue. So you all three said different things. I was persuaded by what the public said, which is that that there are ways, the Ring camera, you can look at someone in the eye and see them. You don't actually have, and you can be looking at your phone from the kid's soccer game and see the person checking in. Like, I would feel comfortable eliminating that completely. So just saying that they could have a lockbox, they can communicate in different ways. It sounded to me like you all had a little bit different feelings about that, but I don't know if we want to have this be related to owner occupied or not, but.
Yeah, I was putting it in the same category as owner occupied, that physically in-person contact would not be necessary or just wouldn't be something we would regulate. However, the whole house, it would be, but I'm up to.
I mean, I was
I'm
persuaded by the person who said, the big corporate owners are going to be able to hire someone to meet there,
yeah.
but the individual person isn't, because they're the ones who are at church or volunteering or doing other things, or it's the middle of the night when someone's checking in. And so, it just seems
But that's a bit of
onerous.
a red herring. I mean, I think whether one's can afford to hire somebody. I think the real issue is, does it make a difference? Does it actually help with
That's true. Does it
decreasing the loud noise and stuff like that?
Yeah.
And I think that if you actually have a homeowner occupied, I tend to agree that they're policing it themselves, and so they're less likely to want somebody who's going to be just partying and making loud noise and creating more of a headache for them in the future. However, I do still I'm still trying to understand why you would not want to meet that person. No, I understand you're going to raise your hand,
No,
but
no,
I would
yeah.
imagine that that you've met these people. You were the one that was talking about the kind of United Nations staying at your house. So no, but you quoted about 26 different countries, and so close. Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
Where's the deputy mayor on this question?
But I do think that, like, I tend to agree that with what has been said, that it is not as necessary. But I think that people that are homeowner occupied probably meet them or want to meet them, anyways. So
I'm okay with the owner occupied, not.
Okay. So we have to have a separation because otherwise we can't like actually make progress on the meeting. So
we could have a pure democracy. We can all just
Okay, so my suggestion was that we drop this lockbox but I don't.
only for the within the distinction that we're making.
No,
because
but yeah,
I do think that for the investor owned, I do think that you are with the person on site, with the check-in, right? You are getting closer to the homeowner occupied, the good neighbor, by if it's owned by an investor, you're having somebody that's there, that's able to check them in and basically observe and give them information. I do think that that's going to decrease the chance of parties and loud noise.
And so the two of you feel that way. Okay, Tony, does that work?
I think that the distinction between owner occupied and investor owned is important in this case as well. So.
Okay, so I'll go along with you guys.
Can I raise one other point about, so there was somebody that said that the inspection, like, so it says authorize the city to inspect the unit at any time. I think that there should, I think that there's a ton of things from fire, safety, other things that it would behoove the city to want to inspect. I don't think that we should say authorize them to inspect any time. I'm wondering, like other cities where you have, when they actually go to, maybe on an annual basis, when they go to register, that you basically have an inspection. You come out, like, are there fire extinguishers there? Are there carbon dioxide? Or do you have the good neighbor policy? All of that stuff that you would do it on an annual basis at the time that they're actually renewing their license.
Let's have staff respond to what is, this might be one of these things where it was just unclear. You're not going to show up
on page 6
in the middle of the night with your flashlight.
But I do think that
in a black outfit.
And a black outfit.
With your helicopter. Yeah.
You're absolutely right, Madam Mayor. The intent is to allow the staff or the enforcement officers to inspect the site prior to issuance of the short-term rental permit to ensure compliance, and also when we receive complaints that we would have, the owner would authorize city personnel to inspect the site in response to a complaint.
So why can't we say that we will conduct an annual inspection at the time of their registration, at the time that they register, that they're subject to an inspection, and then every time they renew it, they're subject to an inspection for compliance with fire, building, everything else?
So that is the intent. One is the issuance of the permit as well as the renewal. So each permit is required every year. So they were required to get the permit every year. So each time they come in to submit an application, we would have the owner would authorize us or the city personnel to conduct the inspection.
Right. So maybe we can just clean that language up so it doesn't say at any time, but at the time of registration and on an annual basis.
Well, what if there's a problem, right? Isn't this part of, like, you have a problem?
So on page 17, section S, it says owner agent shall permit the city to inspect the short-term rental and property at any time prior to issuance of a short-term rental permit or during the operation of the short-term rental for the purpose of making a reasonable inspection to observe and enforce compliance with all applicable laws, rules, and regulations, including the provisions of this chapter.
I think if you just remove at any time, it would clarify. if you just move.
Or with appropriate notice or some, just like you would do for a rental, you have to give notice. You can't just appear. I know our intent is not just to appear, but maybe we just need to clarify that.
Okay. Perhaps we could insert that with proper notification.
Well, I think isn't part of the goal, like if you get a complaint and you pull up in front of the house and there's a whole bunch of noise coming from the premises, isn't there a need for the code enforcement officer or the police officer to be able to identify the source of the noise and the cause of the nuisance and so on and so forth, and therefore the need to be able to inspect? If you don't want to allow these code enforcement officers on your premises, then you don't short-term rent. If you short-term rent, then if your guests are creating a nuisance, then there needs to be the ability for code enforcement to identify and document the issues. Isn't that part of the purpose for this provision?
Yeah, that is our standard practice today with any other code enforcement complaints. So,
All right, so I guess there's two different issues here going on. There's one, the inspection, the regular inspection that you would do
Health
to
and safety.
health and safety and building code, fire, all that stuff. And then if you actually had reasons to be on site for a party that you would need permission, code enforcement would need permission to get on site. And so that's what this would give.
Right. So do we just need to clarify those sections slightly to make those two things clear? Is that what you're suggesting? Or do you think that is clear?
I think, just if I could interject, I think some clarification is needed just to clarify the
Okay.
two different situations where code enforcement would need to be done.
Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, and then
Yes.
the other thing that we need to talk about is this question that Joy brought up of adjoining duplexes that are sharing common space. She suggested that you need to get the approval of the adjoining owner. And that would also have to do with like using common space, like if they're using the laundry or the pool or the, barbecue or whatever.
And we did get comments specific about that in the process of reaching out. I didn't hear any of them today, but we have gotten those comments from other folks in the past. So I would really like that captured also in the Title IX changes.
Okay, so what do you both think about requiring approval of your neighbor?
I would support it.
Okay, Councilmember Mosca.
We do have a particular problem in one instance, so.
My gut is it's a problem for me, but I guess I would want more information. It almost even sounds like a legal issue. Like, how do you basically you're going to require the person, the duplex next to you, which is a completely separate property, to consent to whether or not you can short-term rental it?
Well, you share a wall, and I think the way it is, the gentleman has the duplex, and, he owns that, and both sides are using it as short-term rental. In the instance that Joy and I have experience with, there's a gentleman who lives in one side, and the other side is owned by an investor who is short-term renting. And so the activities in that adjoining unit are oftentimes a nuisance. And so.
But isn't that what we're trying to do with this now, trying to decrease the nuisance behavior?
Well, absolutely, but I think that the key is that it's a whole different class if you're sharing a wall.
So if you're currently living in a duplex now, would this affect you? Like, so if you currently bought your duplex and it's side by side and you're renting it out short-term rental, would this mean that you can't do it in the future?
No.
Or I could only do it if I got my neighbor to agree?
Well, but if you bought the duplex and you're on one side and then you're renting the other side, you give yourself permission to rent it.
No, but he's saying, are you grandfathered?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Like, so
yeah.
someone's doing it right now. This complaint you got from does that person have to shut down if the neighbor says no? I'm not going to allow you to use this for.
Yeah, that would be that's how I would see it.
You would say, okay, so basically, like whenever you have to get your next permit, which is at the year, you would be able.
Or if I was able to do it today because my neighbor consented, maybe I get a new neighbor tomorrow and they don't consent to it in a year from now. That's it. It seems interesting that and I wonder if some of these duplexes that have common spaces are actually condos with already agreements in them. And if they don't have an agreement that bans short-term rental, then people bought it.
Yeah, they're separate addresses, but they're joining. Yeah, but they're joining, and it's a distinctly different class of single-family unit. It shares a wall. So in my world, that should be treated differently. I get that not everybody's going to agree with that.
Okay, so on this question of duplexes, I'm inclined to go along with what you both have suggested, which is that you do have to get your neighbor's approval. And in some ways, it is a recognition of the tremendous disturbance that this could have. So, okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I clarify, does the council want to have permission from the adjoining neighbor in order to obtain a short-term rental permit, or just to use the common areas?
I mean, I think the common areas would be more reasonable. I think to say that the person next door couldn't, that they would have to go through you to short-term rental it, it seems kind of.
Well, I think that our short-term rental permit application has a number of questions that it asks, and I don't think it's unreasonable to ask if it's a condo that you own. And if you own a condo, is the adjoining condo owner, need to sign the form as well? If it's a single-family home, you get, that's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. If it's investor-owned,
I mean, what we could do is have this item come back to us with because we have at least two other things that need to come back to us. And so to have this condo duplex question with more data from other cities, how they manage this, because this could be a particularly tricky area, but it seems we really don't have a lot of information about it. We haven't had a lot of public speakers on that part. So why don't we put this in the category of come back?
And then
Does that
also
work?
just more information. Why did my screen go down? Just more information on what is it that we're actually saying? Because it sounds like there are two different types of these duplexes that are side by side, that share walls, condos. I mean, these are different classifications. So I just think more information on what we're actually looking at regulating.
I'm okay with a deeper dive.
Yep.
Yep. And I want to be smart about how we do it.
Okay, and then the last thing, I think the last on my list from the three of you was the RVs. So Joe had said RVs are okay.
Well, I said, if the underlying zoning allows for RVs, whether it's short-term or not, I mean, I think that then there is an expectation that there would be RVs in the neighborhood.
So the RV could park there, but basically you can't have more people staying in the RV and then more people staying in the.
Well, it's not legal to sleep in your RV
Airbnb.
anywhere in the city, so.
That's true, yeah, that's true.
And
You want to say something, Jennifer?
I was just going to clarify that there's two things. One is we actually do have a permit process required for overnight parking of recreational vehicles for guests or visitors of a city resident. So they must pull a permit, and it can be no more than 7 consecutive days, and you can only have 3 within a year period. So that already limits our RV restrictions. And then also as we've talked about, no sleeping in the vehicle.
But so basically, the proposal for this ordinance, how is it different from our current RV ordinance, which you've just described?
This one was for the guest, not a resident. There's a separate section on residents.
Right, but
in
if the
there.
guest pulls up in an RV, which is what some of the speakers said was their experience, that they're traveling around and they want to have, a few days in a house, that you're saying that would prohibit that. And so maybe we're saying that that's not something we want to prohibit. Is that what we're saying? I
It
think,
restricts it because they require a permit, but they have to be parked in front of the resident's property and they cannot be used for sleeping, is what the ordinance says.
It sounds like it's covered by that ordinance then, so we don't need to duplicate it in this ordinance. Is that what you're saying, Jennifer?
if that's the desire of the council, we could just reference that particular code section, that any RVs associated with the STR shall be subject to that provision.
But then how do you
yeah.
rectify that with the restriction on offsite? If they're able to offsite their RV, how come they can't offsite a car?
You can, we've added the
You just
new
have to
ordinance.
submit plans.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so we'll just reference the RV section and take out that part of this. Okay. And then it did sound to me, a couple of you talked about the parking, on-site, off-site parking. It sounded to me like it is a parking plan that they need to come up with. So some sites have on-site parking, some, if they don't have any on-site parking in the first place, then they would need to say what they're going to do with the street parking. But basically, there's some oversight and management of parking.
That is correct. That is the new addition in the code to require an off-site plan if there is limited or no parking available on-site.
Okay,
And
see,
it seems
that
like
makes
it would
sense.
be
Yeah.
it would be sensitive to the location because there's
Definitely.
going to be in my area there's going to be a lot of parking on the street that's available, but in some areas there's not going to be as much.
Right. Okay, so I think that we've covered the main things. So the things we covered, and then there are 3 main things to come back to us. So can I just review what those 3 are? So I think it would be a good idea to have staff come back to us with recommendations and some additional data around the proposal that justifies it. The 3 things are the citywide maximum number of permits in some capacity, either percentage or total or neighborhood-based, or something that gets at not having too much of our housing stock go from long-term rentals to short-term rentals.
And I think of particular importance to me is what the mayor was saying in terms of neighborhood. So like if you had a cap citywide, that still doesn't stop the fact that certain areas could be over-concentrated. So why apply it everywhere if there's over-concentration areas somewhere in particular? So I do think that I'd like to see not only a cap, more information on, I'm not saying I'm in support of a cap, but not only more information on cap and data, but is there a way to be even more targeted than just a citywide cap?
Right, and that was the second point. So the second one, which they could be merged together in your analysis, but the second one is getting at over-concentration on certain streets, which also could talk about distance from each other. Joy brought this up, or like Joe just said, any number in a particular neighborhood. That whole issue of over-concentration in a particular spot. And some suggestion on that. And then the third topic was condo duplex analysis. How do we recommend dealing with that? And what have other cities done? And what is our experience in this city? And so the actual, what we would be passing tonight, did you write that down, I hope?
Yes.
Okay. So it's the staff proposal with some changes. Do you want to repeat them back to us, the changes, so that we can nod our head yes? Or do you want me to go run through the summary?
We'll take a stab.
Okay, great.
I'll defer to the city attorney.
Okay, I just wanted to, so that I understand, on the maximum number of permits, those are the sort of things that get into the zoning and coastal commission review. So as I understand it, we would bring back an analysis for you. It wouldn't come back in an ordinance or anything like that, so that you would consider it and start the dialogue and figure out what you want to do so you can move forward.
Sounds great.
Good. Because those sort of things would also have to go to the planning commission first, but you're going to do like more of a workshop type analysis at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, more data and a recommendation, but let's try to move forward on it, so we don't get bogged down in not having forward progress.
Yes, our goal is to, what we'll bring back is an analysis of the 3 things that you've identified, and then we'll also identify the process to achieve your goal and desire. And that could, including but not limited to coastal commission approval process.
Okay, great.
You may have a preliminary conversation with the coastal commission about that?
Yes.
Okay, but then for the ordinance that was proposed tonight, which we've made some modifications to.
Right.
That's what we're going to cover now.
Yes. So the first thing is to not require a minimum night stay for owner-occupied STRs, to require a 3-day minimum stay for non-owner occupied STR.
Wait, and before you move on from that, can we just specify that owner-occupied looks to the whole APN, to the APN number? So that would include, like, if someone lives in the main house and their accessory dwelling unit is being rented, that is considered owner-occupied, even though they're not living in the ADU.
If I could just interrupt for just a moment. If we are going to be incorporating these changes, we may need to bring this back for reintroduction, just because we are going to have to define what a owner-occupied or a hosted unit, what they sometimes refer to in the industry as a owner-occupied, is a hosted unit versus a non-hosted unit. We're going to need to incorporate those definitions into the ordinance to distinguish between the two types. And the additional changes, we would recommend that this be reintroduced.
That's fine. Yeah, wait, yeah.
Could it be reintroduced on consent, or is it an item that has to be an action item?
Reintroduced at an action item. It would serve as the first hearing, essentially.
Okay. I mean, I think, this is the first time the whole council has talked about this, and the public's been able to weigh in, and recognizing that we want to make these changes, I think we need to do that. So, but also, I really would like because of the number of people who came in saying they bought the property right next door to, like, the duplex or the condo where they own, I'd like there to be some option for a staff evaluation of adjacency. So if somebody bought the property right next to them, or there's some other analysis where they clearly are on site, but it doesn't technically qualify as the same one APN, that there's a way for there to be a staff analysis of that. Because I think we do prefer it if they're policing themselves, right? That those are the best. So,
Yes, we'll include an analysis when we bring this back for reintroduction.
okay.
So we talked about the non-owner occupied requiring a 3-day minimum. You suggested eliminating the self-check-in requirement for owner-occupied STRs and require it for non-owner occupied STRs. We had talked about modifying subsection S that required inspection at any time, that we will modify that language to require inspections as needed by the code enforcement officer for response to complaints, and also for code compliance verification. And then related to the recreational vehicles is to allow recreational vehicles subject to the current requirements in our municipal code.
Right. I think that was it. Anybody else have anything? Okay. Okay, I move that. Okay.
And also, if we could just clarify the 3 things that we're bringing back.
Yes, let's do it.
That we will bring back an analysis on looking at a maximum number of STRs citywide, whether it's a percentage or focusing on neighborhoods, whether it's a neighborhood base or population. And then also looking at the concern related to overconcentration of STRs in a particular location or neighborhood. And then also the discussion about, or an analysis looking at the difference between condominium versus duplex, and the requirement for obtaining or requiring concurrence or authorization from the adjoining tenant or owner of the unit. So those are the 3 things that we have down. Hopefully we didn't miss anything.
Yeah, I think that's right. To me, that seems like it was comprehensive and captured it all.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote.
I was thinking for a second there that the cap, I think you probably already alluded to this, that the cap is not only useful for the over-concentration, but the cap citywide would also get at the fact that if you're starting to see the appreciation of properties because of the short-term rentals, and that that's taken up more and more housing stock, that the cap citywide would apply regardless if you have an overconcentration, so.
Right, exactly.
So Mayor, I just want to clarify, so the motion is for staff to bring back the ordinance as identified with the changes identified by Roy, and then also for the 3 long-term items to come back by staff.
Exactly. Mhm.
Okay.
And I would like to say, as the subcommittee, one of the subcommittee, a big thanks to staff, the city manager, for the efforts that went into this. The public participation was great. I also would like to thank Anne Marie Clisby, the executive assistant for the council, who put together that spreadsheet that's in the staff report tonight with all of the various jurisdictions and their approach to these things. So thanks to everybody.
And the motion does carry unanimously with Councilmember Hensy absent.
Or recused, right?
Absent due to a recusal.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. We appreciate all your feedback. It makes a difference, as you can tell from our conversation. Okay, we do have another item here, which is reconsideration of canceling the Encinitas Holiday Parade. So let's reconsider that. How many public speakers do we have on that item? 3, okay. Okay, great. Is the gorilla going to speak on this item? Yeah, we're speaking on his behalf. Oh, okay, good. Well, we're quite curious about what. Well, we're almost ready. We're waiting for our council colleague to come back in here because she's.
This person has had to sit in that costume for.
I know. Are you really hot?
I thought you were here for short-term rental stuff, so I was disappointed when you didn't speak.
Note to self, never come to a meeting when short-term rentals is on the agenda.
Oh, let's do it at the next meeting.
Hey, thanks for
Yeah. Is that all right? Yes. Are you sure?
Oh, that sounds like a lot. Guess it's worth the 5 hours. We're up next. Yeah.
Okay, well, we have to have your public comment as soon as possible. I'm so curious what you're going to say. So yes, come on up. Let's hear it. And then you'll do the staff report after the 3 public comments.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We are so happy to be here today to thank you for reconsidering the cancellation of the Encinitas Holiday Parade. We are members of the Encinitas Sasquatch Association, and we have actively participated in this annual tradition for many years. In fact, I'd like to share we have won in several different categories. We'd like to keep that going. Last year, despite the pandemic, we safely marched through Encinitas Ranch, providing joy, smiles, and a temporary escape to all during a most difficult year. The turnout was more than we expected and showed us just how important it was to bring our community together. Some may laugh at our organization, but we assure you that it was created out of love. Bigfoot's uncle, Uncle Willie, was a legend, and we want to carry on his legacy. We love Encinitas, and we know how lucky we are to live in this magical place filled with beauty, kindness, good vibes, and compassion. We believe the right thing now, more than ever, is to continue with this beloved tradition that brings our fine community together. We truly believe better together. So let's bring back this parade.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now you can stop.
Okay, that was exciting.
Now,
Now, who are the other speakers on this item?
Speaker is Julie Thunder, followed by Christy Clark.
Was that speaker registered as Sasquatch, or how are they registered?
Julie, you gotta dress up now.
Oh, Uncle Willie.
Oh, I hope you guys will bring back the parade. I planned for 2 minutes because I thought the crowd would be reversed. I thought the crowd would be here for the parade. For 62 years, our fun and free Christmas parade has been something we all look forward to, with over 100 entries like marching bands, veterans groups, church floats, brownie troops, and sports teams. Your official reason for canceling our parade put the blame on a state recommendation, which is not a requirement, about large events during COVID. But each of you have recently attended large events, and you're now allowing other large events to go on besides a parade. Why only cancel the parade? One of these events was a State of the City address, which you all attended unmasked while inside a hotel. But we can't have our outdoors parade. Did the hotel owner, who gave thousands to a pro-Blakespeare PAC, buy some anti-COVID magic to keep you all safe? You are allowing the Day of the Dead festival on October 30th, but we can't have our parade? Doesn't COVID infect fake dead people? You're allowing the turkey trot and the Encinitas flea market to continue. Does COVID avoid turkeys and fleas? You've given the green light to the street fair on November 21st, where attendance tops 70,000 people, mostly out-of-towners. But we can't have our local yokel parade. Is this about money? And now you want to move the COVID-attracting parade to El Camino Real. Isn't there COVID over on El Camino Real? And how was this decision made? One council member said they didn't know about it until the notices went out, which means it was made by staff, behind closed doors, instead of in full view of the public by our elected representatives. Mayor Blakespeare, you either approved of this action or didn't know of it. If you approved, it's time to step up and defend your actions. If you knew nothing, then your city manager acted on her own and will need to be replaced. One last thing. The mayor recently admitted that the city is now short-staffed after you guys fired dozens of employees over your stricter than most vaccine mandate. Could it be that one of them was responsible for parade organization and now you have nobody to do it? Thanks.
Hello again. I also wanted to advocate to continue with the holiday parade. I've been here 27 years. I have grandchildren that I have taken now after having taken my children. My children have participated in it. My grandchildren have participated in it, not just as spectators. The recommendation for it's not mandated. It's only a recommendation by the CDPH for you to post instead that if people want to wear a mask, those people who are choosing to come or who are concerned about the parade don't have to attend, and allow the rest of the city to be able to, especially if you've been vaccinated and you're feeling secure in that. And even if you're not, put your mask back on. I recently was at the Pacific Air Show, 1.5 million people, October 1st through the 3rd in Huntington Beach. All of our armed services participated in the street fair with their recruitment, activation trucks and vans, all of the until the oil spill happened and canceled the third day of it. But it was packed, the beach was packed. They had cabanas that they could sell, they sold tickets to from big businesses, $350 a ticket, thousands and thousands of people inside of all of these cabanas, or chalets as they called them. Oceanside just had the Ironman, or excuse me, is having the Ironman. San Diego just had the Rock and Roll Marathon with over 20,000 people running through the streets, and that didn't even count the spectators. The safe trick-or-treating in the little newspaper that I just got specifically states thousands of costume trick-or-treaters and others to participate on the Highway 101. And I don't know if maybe you couldn't just lengthen
the space of the parade a little further down the Coast Highway since it's closed anyway, if you want people to spread out a little bit more. But I think it's just a phenomenal tradition that was desperately missed last year, and we would love to see it come back into fruition as soon as possible. Thank you.
That concludes speakers.
Okay, thank you. Travis, do you want to do a staff presentation or?
Sure, I can do a short presentation.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Mayor, members of Council. Travis Carlin, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Director. This is an annual event in Encinitas that is near and dear to everyone's heart, including staff. We love this time of the year and being able to put this parade on. We definitely use this as some team building and bonding time for us as well. The parade was scheduled for December 4th, and staff have been working to secure parade sponsorships, parade entries, and lining up vendor contracts for the event. The preparation for this event takes about 4 or 5 months, so we've been working hard on that as we're coming up to the date. As of mid-October, entries were down significantly. We're about less than 50% of what we had normally had for parade entries. And then on top of that, we also had some strong recommendations from the California Department of Health that said that we should be checking vaccination status or negative COVID results. And as you know, our parade has various entry points, lots of entry points actually. So that would be quite difficult for us to do with the staffing and the volunteers and such that we have lined up. We were waiting for that for the California Department of Health to update those guidelines, and we were hoping that it was going to happen on October 15th as it was stated on their website. But lo and behold, it's today on our day of our council meeting. So we did see an update to that. It is still recommending that we check vaccinations or check that they have been that they have had their negative COVID test result. However, it is a recommendation at this point. If the city council wishes for us to hold this event, we're fully prepared for that. We've been doing some background work to prepare just in case. And we feel very strongly that we can hold this on the 101. The one parameter that we can put in place is that we can require our staff and our volunteers to wear masks, and then we can also encourage the public to wear masks. So we are prepared to move forward with it if the city council desires.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
There's been a question about this being classified as a mega event. What creates a mega event?
Sure. So according to the California Department of Public Health, a mega event is defined as any event that's over 10,000 people. And it's been estimated that ours runs between 10 and 20,000 people.
How do we get that estimate?
It's based on, visual, walking down the parade route, guesstimating the crowd attendance.
Yeah, that was the part that I had some difficulty with trying to, figure out how we came to that number. And, and there are the impacts of the encroachments that we've authorized, we've allowed restaurants to make. So there were aspects of this decision that I certainly understand. But when I started reflecting on it, I thought that the one thing that we could really use right now is a very normal tradition of ours in this city. So it was important to me that we had the opportunity to speak about this. There was a suggestion that we were sending our COVID-infected people out to El Camino Real corridor, and I will say that had, I floated the idea of moving it to El Camino Real corridor because that's about twice as wide as Highway 101, and so there would be more room for people to spread out as they spectated. And so that is one of the challenges with the constraints of 101. Certain sections of it have buildings right on the street, and so people are pretty bunched up, and that's one of the ways that it spreads. So that constraint, I think, is going to stay with us. I think we run out of space on the 101. Maybe we could move it further to the north as a starting point, but I think ultimately the way we run it now is an important part of the operations that we have in place. So I understand that moving it is probably not a great idea at this point. That said, I do think that as a council, we should direct staff to do the necessary analysis of perhaps holding a 4th of July parade on the El Camino Real corridor, because I think that, that part of our city deserves the opportunity to have a significant gathering of our citizens. There are some great businesses out there. There are some great opportunities for people to gather. And so this question of traffic plans and how we might close El Camino Real at Encinitas Boulevard and Via Montoro in order to allow a gathering of Ciclavia or any other event, I think is important so that we do have the opportunity to have a backup. So I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say about this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I wasn't entirely sure which direction Deputy Mayor Kranz was going to go there, so I was prepared for several things. But I am in favor of continuing to hold our holiday parade on the 101, and I'd like to put a motion forward to continue that, Travis. And I understand how much time it takes to organize these, because I worked very closely with your team as a volunteer when I was on the Environmental Commission to put together the inaugural Ciclavia Encinitas event on the 101. And one of the reasons we ended up with that location is because it's already been well vetted. We know how to manage, as far as safety and where to put the porta potties and where to collect trash and all those other kinds of amenities that you need to set in place and get approvals for before an event. So I'm happy to learn we're not going to be considering trying to relocate this parade this close to the date of the parade, but I love the idea that Tony's put forward too for considering El Camino Real for something in the future. So primarily my motion is to approve the parade for this year in the location we currently have it in, and to proceed with how we were originally proceeding.
I already seconded it, sorry. Okay, Councilmember Mosca. Wait, everyone has to speak first. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Mosca.
Kathy trying to cut me off. Stop talking. It is late. But, and we have people walking out while I'm talking. Okay. So I did want to say that for my family and for lots of families throughout the city, our outdoor activities and programming are so critically important, and many of us really find Encinitas to be such an amazing place because of a lot of the outdoor activities and the beaches, the trails, and all the programming. And certainly over the last couple of years, or a little bit less, it really has kind of severed those bonds, those ties that we have with each other as a community. And so, for me, getting back to some of the outdoor activities is so important. My son is a member of Scout Troop 2000 here in the city of Encinitas, and they have an annual haunted house event that they're holding right now past a couple of weekends, and this weekend is going to be their last one. That's a nice little plug for them. And I'll leave it behind at the meeting hall. And it's their biggest fundraiser, and we've had record attendance at that event. And you should see the faces. I've been volunteering at the event. You should see the faces on the families and the kids coming out to the event. It's amazing. It's nice to kind of reestablish those connections with people. The Oktoberfest, we had 2 Oktoberfests in town at the same time. So that it was really a lot of fun to be able to skip from one to the other. But we had one on El Camino Real, Mountain Vista, in Olivenheim. And again, it's just a great way of connecting with people and really, just establishing those connections and even meeting new neighbors that you haven't met that have just recently moved into town. So I'm all about these events, and I think that the faster we can kind of get back to it, the better. And I think that certainly, I think that we should be adjusting. Obviously, we're still kind of in a COVID world. It's not behind us. And so for me, the goal would be we don't cancel, but what we do is we basically adjust. We adjust the reality. And so for me, the top goal is not only do we put it on, but we basically prioritize public safety and the well-being of our residents. And so as I would task staff with, as we're basically putting this together, that we're making sure that the well-being of our residents and visitors and our staff and the health and safety are paramount, are number one, and that we're doing everything we can, including the face masks. We're doing everything we can to make sure that that is top of mind for us. But we're not canceling anything, but we're basically putting it on, we're adjusting to what the facts on the ground are. And so I think that my vote would be to support the holiday parade where it's at right now, and just make sure that we're putting together a plan that makes sense for this moment in time. And, and in terms of Deputy Mayor Kranz's comment about El Camino Real, I wholeheartedly support more events that are going to allow the community of New Encinitas and a lot of the communities in that area to really have more opportunities to gather and to have gathering spaces. And within our land use, we're allowing that, but also within our programming. Not that long ago that we were able to get holiday lights on the poles out on El Camino Real, and doing more to create community in El Camino Real. And so having more events there, it is kind of the quintessential. A lot of folks will say that the 101, and it's not a competition, but the 101 is the main street. But really, like, quintessential main street in California is the El Camino Real. And the El Camino Real that we have is quintessential main street. And so having more events taking place on El Camino Real is going to be not only a good thing because it's connecting the bulk of our residents, but also create more gathering opportunities in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hinsey.
So it sounds like the votes are there for the holiday parade to continue. I am going to have to vote with my conscience tonight, and I am going to be voting no, unfortunately, because I'm still feeling very cautious. I'm encouraged to know that vaccinations are on the way for children, but when I think of this event, it's largely children. I know that we're seeing fewer numbers right now, and the case rates of COVID are very encouraging, and so if we're going to have a parade, now is probably the right time in 2021 to do it. But we do know that the ages of those who are hospitalized with COVID are becoming younger. And between now and the date of our parade is another opportunity for travel. It's Thanksgiving. A lot of people will be gathering, and what we've seen is a spike around this time of year. And so, that I consulted quite a few of my friends and my colleagues and people who work in the health profession, and they said 2 thumbs up if you're doing all the things according to the guidance with checking the vaccination passports and making sure that people are showing up with a negative test. And unfortunately, there's no way for us to do that. And so that being said, I just can't feel really great about the city going forward with it. I think the distinction, some of our speakers mentioned other events that have taken place. Those were not put on by the city. Those were put on by our partners, and they, are geared towards adults, and they're geared towards moving around. Oktoberfest is in flux, always moving around. And the reality of this corridor, and I have participated in the parades myself as on floats and attended many, and you're really squeezed in there arm to arm to everybody else. And it's very stagnant for those who are attending. So there's not a lot of circulating for most of the parade. I also have concerns that this is going to be a regional attraction for people from all over the county to come to Encinitas for this event, because a lot of other cities are postponing these type of events. So, even if half the amount of people show up this year that normally show up, which is what I do expect, 10,000 people is still a whole lot of people to be gathering without the protocols that the state recommends to keep us all safe. So I'm happy for the folks who showed up tonight that your parade will continue. You have the 3 votes here, and I just have to play on the side of caution for this vote.
Okay, well, thank you. It's always amazing how many different opinions there are about COVID and the right response to it. It always strikes me. So I'm on the side of uncanceling the parade. So I do think we should reinstate our parade. There are events happening in the city regardless of who's putting them on, and we're not seeing our hospitals overrun. We just, the FDA just recommended approval for kids to get the vaccine. Many of them will have had it by the time the parade happens. And so I do think this is a really important community event, which my family and I have enjoyed, as have so many families in this community for many years. And it's really an important part of our holiday celebration. So I'm excited to be able to support it and to get back to having the parade in our city. I also think that actually attendance will be substantially reduced because, as we heard, 50% of the entrants have decided not to participate or didn't put in an application, and then there will be a number of people who don't come because of their concerns, which is completely appropriate, and people should, of course, follow what they need to do to protect their family. I also want to say it's important to combat misinformation and disinformation. So dozens of employees have not been fired. Nobody has been fired, in fact, over their COVID vaccines. Employees who have not yet been vaccinated, and there are fewer than 2 hands worth of them, have a month to get vaccinated. So that's just completely false. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that. We are, of course, wanting to protect our public and to have our employees be vaccinated, and we encourage everyone to get vaccinated. So I think we'll hold this parade with the highest standards of safety, and I expect that it will be a great success. So. And I see that there's, the deputy mayor has popped back on the board. Do you want to say another thing?
Yeah, I just wanted to real
Okay.
quick, we did get that presentation earlier tonight by Mr. Walsh, yes, thanks. That shows the signs are very good for COVID, and I would hate for this event to become a super spreader event, obviously, but so therefore, I would encourage everyone, vaccine hesitant, there is time to get your 2 shots before the parade. So I don't know if they authorized it for the Sasquatch or not, but hopefully you're vaccinated. There you go, okay.
Thank you to the Sasquatch for staying this whole time to support the parade. That's a big effort on everybody's part. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Hensy voting no.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So,
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Council, or Deputy Mayor Kranz had requested directing staff to do the analysis of holding the 4th of July. Is there consensus for that?
I mean, do you think we should revisit that at a future time? Okay, getting some nodded heads. Let's revisit that at a future time.
Okay.
So it's, yeah.
None, okay.
Well, if it takes a super long time to do it, which I don't really necessarily agree with because it's not rocket science.
I've always thought that there should be a 4th of July parade, and I've always thought that there should be a 4th of July parade, and there's no better place than El Camino Real. So I will support the Deputy Mayor Kranz's statement and hope that we get it back as soon as possible.
And I guess I would ask the city manager how, I mean, the question is, could the El Camino Real corridor be closed at Encinitas Boulevard to Via Montoro or thereabouts? And so how much time would it take to do that rough analysis to see if it's a feasible idea?
We will be delighted to bring it to you at your first budget hearing in February.
Okay, well, so
Bye.
would that be enough time to be able to have a 4th of July parade?
Sure.
Okay.
I think it does cost the city money to have the holiday parade, and so I think there's going to be a
Sure.
budget commitment.
And I think
here.
that what we
Yeah.
should really do is be looking for sponsors for both the holiday parade as well as the 4th of July parade, and I will pledge to do some outreach. How much do we need?
Councilmember Kranz?
Okay.
We actually have one in the hopper that we think might pull through here for us.
How much does a parade cost? What-
Generally speaking, we usually bring in about $8,000 in
$8,000?
sponsorships. The overall parade costs us about $50,000.
50,000? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to postpone the streetscape and El Portal status update, given the late hour. So we'll have that at a future meeting. So I don't see any council member initiated items. Council member reports, you have to fly through them if you want to say anything really fast. AB 1234.
Sorry Jill had to stay this late for nothing.
Oh, thank you, Jill.
I know.
I would just like to say that NCTD is proud to have expanded coaster service starting on Monday, and so coaster schedules are vastly improved. Opportunities to cavort in downtown San Diego via the coaster are plentiful, especially as compared to previous services on the coaster. Check your either Google Maps or gonctd.com.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else need to make any reports? Okay. City manager, city attorney, city clerk report.
Just a reminder that we still have 2 vacancies on the Environmental Commission. Applications are due tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And we also have 1 vacancy on the Urban Forest Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you. When is that due? Do you know how?
Urban Forest is due in 2 weeks.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, then we are adjourned. Wait, the deputy mayor wants to say something. Okay. All right.